Hi. Hey. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 1:45 in the afternoon. It's 10:16:25. It's 68 degrees out. It's a Thursday. And I've been thinking about writing a song for a while here, and I didn't know what it would be until it came, and it just came today, which is good, and it's called I Thought It Wise. And yep, and so now like on a Thursday, 1:46 p.m., I'm going to debut my sixth music video, I think. My sixth one. Yeah, I think this is my sixth one. If I look at the albums, yeah, if I look at the playlists here, yeah, it's six. It's six songs. I got six songs. I got six songs on my album. It's gonna be I think it's gonna be like a 21 track album, and I'm only like a fourth of the way through it, but I'm gonna get through it. I'm gonna get through it. I'm gonna put a whole bunch of crazy music that only I. Yeah, it's got a video count of 6 and it's got 35 views. I don't care. My music's for me. I don't care about it. I don't care about somebody else. I don't care about that. So, yeah. So, yeah. Delete. So there we go. Cool. So, I am gonna drop it off the big face here, and with no further ado, I'm going to live debut in a song, and here we go. I know. Oh no. Yeah. I can't play this. I can play this on YouTube because it's my song. I can play this on YouTube because it's my song, which is cool. So, there we go. Yeah. And I'm dropping it off. Got the camera all good. So, yeah, 8 emotions at once. God damn it. Uh Now, why don't I see the videos? Yeah, like there you go. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know. It'll come to blows, but then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. Thought I loved the light above, love like the light up above. Thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know. It'll come to blows, but then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. I thought I'd love like the light above, love like the light up above. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know. It'll come to blows, but then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. I thought I'd love the light above, love like the light up above. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know. It'll come to blows, but then again, never know, you never know. I thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. Skycat Live. Yeah. Hells yeah. I'm gonna like my own video. I don't care. I like my own video. I thought it was to say goodbye, so I'll despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know it'll come to blows. But then again, you never know, never know. I thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. Thought I loved the light above, love like the light up above. Thought it was to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it was to say goodbyes, where I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. Thought I loved the light up above, love like the light up above. Thought it was to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it was to say goodbyes, where I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever ever the end, my friend. Thought I loved the light up above, love like the light up above. Thought I was to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I love this song. I thought it was to say goodbyes, where I despise all of your lies. Thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. Yeah.
Skycatlive.
Yeah. I want to hear it again. It is a good song. I love doing this shit live. I love opening my fucking channel with this. It's fucking good. Fucking love it. I thought it was to say goodbye, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. Thought I'd love the light above, love like the light up above. Thought it was to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it was to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. Thought I'd love the light above, love like the light up above. Thought it was to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it was to say goodbyes, where I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. I thought I loved the light above, love like the light up above. Thought was to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it was to say goodbyes, where I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take up on your show, but then again, I never know come to blows. That then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend.
Skycatlive.
More. I like myself. I like myself. It's so self-affirming. I'm the only one who's ever gonna do it. Good job. Good job. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, but I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. Thought I'd love like the light above, love like the light above. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. Say goodbyes. Thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, then again I never know it'll come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is forever the end, my friend. I thought I loved the light above, love like the light above. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. I thought I loved the light above, love like the light above. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend.
Skycat Live.
One more time, then I'll stop. I promise. Last time, we indulged in it for a long time. It's already been like 12 minutes or something. I'm not going to do this forever. But I mean, I really love this song, actually. I think this is my best work so far. I fucked around. I don't know. Maybe, I think my first song is probably my best work, which was Trouble Travels in Threes. But I like this song, too. I think this is a good song, too. I like this. I like this whole album. I think this whole album is fucked up and flawed, and it's entirely me. And it's gonna be long. It's gonna be like a 21-track album, and it's gonna be completely free on YouTube, and it'll be just another legacy or whatever. It'll just be like another legacy. And yeah, the album evolves because it's gonna take me. It's already taken me 4 years to get 6 songs or whatever. So by the time I reach the full album or whatever, it'll be like like 20 years or something dumb. But that's how first albums always are. So I mean, like, whatever, I don't care. The world can have the music in the meantime, like a developer. Like, I come from a scene in the DIY ethic and the underground scene, and I'm not a software developer. Fuck software developers, but I come from a DIY punker ethic where if I want to get it done, I'll fucking do it myself. I'll do it myself. God damn, I'm sexy hot. Yeah. I want to jack off to myself. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know to come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. I thought I'd love like the light above, love like the light above. Thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. Say goodbyes. Thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, never know it'll come to blows. But then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. Then again, my friend, the end is never ever the end, my friend. Thought I'd love the light, love like the light above. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know. It'll come to blows, but then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend. But then again, my friend, the end is forever the end, my friend. I thought I'd love like the light above, love like the light above. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes, to say goodbyes. I thought it wise to say goodbyes, for I despise all of your lies. I thought I'd take a bow in your show, but then again, I never know. To come to blows, but then again, you never know, you never know. Thought I'd stay till the end, my friend, stay till the end, my friend.
Skycat Live.
Peace. Yeah, it was good. Fuck yeah, it's good to get some work on the album done, you know? It's like sometimes the mood hits. You know, it doesn't happen every day, but you know, it does happen. It fucking goes. It's so good. It's like so good. Okay, guys, so let's get on to some gaming now. There's some good music stuff, you know. Hell's yeah, some good stuff, you know. I like that song. It appears the GeForce Now just patched, which is a good sign. Let's load X4, EVE Online, Final Fantasy XI, and New World. Oh yeah. Okay, you. Yeah, and then you. I want you to launch that. Yeah, that thing. Oh, you're patching. Okay. Ooh, it's cold in here. I better like put on a jacket. I'll be right back. Well, I'll just put on my winter jacket. I'm used to that. I'm from Colorado, where we wear the jacket all the fucking time. I'm fucking used to it. You have to. Northerners don't bother me. Cause okay. Gonna play some New World. Gonna load X4. I have 2.4 million, which is really good. That's like about where I can buy another mining ship. And I'm kind of thinking that I want to sit in a hauling ship if I ever need to haul something, and just keep making mining ships and a mining ship empire in my zone or whatever. And I'll do a ship for every element, and I'll start with ore, and then I'll go ice, and then I'll go Nvidium or whatever, and I'll just keep on stacking up my base, and then I'll build the base into something, and that's what you're supposed to do in X4. I think X4 is better than Space Engineers a lot better. Loading all the games. Got to get in Final Fantasy 11. It's a good hot start today. I fired off a song today, and that's always a good day. It's always good for my ego. It's always good for my work. It's always good, you know. It's fucking good to, like, you know, do something artistic, you know. It took me a while to find what I wanted to be, and I think this song's a better indication of what I wanted to be, you know. But it took me a while to understand what it would be. Like, you know, it's kind of weird. It's like a broken down witch trap folk blues, like rhapsody or what. I don't even know what you would call it. Folk rhapsody or something dumb. It's so many weird things, and I don't even know. So it's just like, you know, whatever. Come on, no Q. Come on, no Q. Tell me there's no queues. Thursdays, 2 o'clock. Yay! I can get on the game. So, is Trump okay? Trump's hands bruises, weird heaven rant, and recent trip to the hospital spark health theories but from hysteria. Femboys and Fascism by Fat Charlie. Trump wants Venezuela. I need to talk about Russ. Leo talks games. Let's see what he says about Rust.
I need to talk about Rust. It's a game which I have such a complicated relationship with because I picked it up in a Steam sale years ago.
Yeah.
And I think for the first 2 years of it sitting in my Steam library, it was not opened once.
Wow.
And then I finally tried it, and my initial reaction towards jumping into this hostile multiplayer world where it's extremely punishing.
I like him.
Was one of just discomfort and general disdain, and I quickly put the game down after probably a handful of hours.
Yeah, I was
and
like,
it wasn't until I tried it again a little while later that things finally started to click. Because at first glance, Rust, as I said, is a game which is so punishing and unforgiving.
Yeah.
You know, you spend hours grinding for your gear in the early stages of a wipe, only to lose it through like a Chinese clan raiding you whilst you're offline, and you're back to square one. And
I didn't like your Chinese racism, and I'm going to unsub and unlike, and you shouldn't have mentioned their race. It has nothing to do with it. People of all different races play video games. Why do we have to talk about Chinese? It was sort of unsub, actually. The minute he said Chinese, I was like, no. Sorry.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. It is Thursday, and there's a lot to talk about. In fact, so much so, you're getting another daily dose today. You got this, and then I stole an hour of Ben Rhodes' time to just talk about a lot of really important stuff for the In Good Faith podcast. Link to that down below. But that said, we have a lot to talk about, starting with this. We need to talk about what we're seeing with this government shutdown. Because we're seeing a lot, starting with a federal judge blocking Trump from firing thousands of federal workers during the shutdown, at least for now. And that because on the first day of the shutdown, labor unions representing more than 800,000 federal workers sued the Trump administration over its plan to use the shutdown to conduct mass firings of government employees. Right? And they argued that Trump's actions were illegal and
I have 22,000 Greenwood.
Unions, they asked the judge to temporarily block the layoffs that have already been announced and to stop Trump from making any future layoffs while the case plays out in court. And then you had the judge granting that request, saying that she believed that the unions were likely to win their argument that Trump acted illegally and exceeded his authority in making those cuts. And actually, in her ruling, she took aim at Trump's actions and claimed at one point that his administration has, quote, taken advantage of the lapse in government spending and government functioning to assume that all bets are off, that the laws don't apply to them anymore, and they can impose the structures that they like. I mean, the judge also explicitly pointing out the fact that Trump has repeatedly said that the federal layoffs will target Democrats. So with that, arguing that his threats indicate that his actions are just driven by politics. But of course, that brings us to the question of, well, will Trump actually obey this court order? Which really, I mean, what a time. I mean, it used to be unthinkable that a president would just go, the law? Did you forget who you're dealing with? Now, right, that's a sentence I end up saying every time a judge issues any kind of decision against Trump. And already the administration has indicated that they're just going to violate the court order. I mean, literally, right after the ruling came down, you had OMB director Russell Vaught going on the Charlie Kirk show and saying that the administration could lay off around 10,000 workers in total during a shutdown. Which, I mean, that alone is a standout update because that's way more than the roughly 4,000 employees that the White House announced that it was firing late last week. And then, you know, all the while this is playing out, nothing's really changed in Congress. Republicans and Democrats are still locked in this fierce stalemate, and both parties are still locked in a battle to pin the blame on one another. And actually, regarding the argument and debate, you had Bernie Sanders and AOC holding a CNN town hall yesterday. And one of the things you saw when they were taking questions from the audience is that they continue to point fingers at Republicans. They were both accusing Republican leadership of just refusing to even get on the phone and have negotiations with Democrats. And at one point, I mean, you saw this interaction between Bernie and a Republican college student who had been selected to ask a question.
How do you think this shutdown reflects on Chuck Schumer's leadership?
Well, I think it reflects more on Mike Johnson's leadership.
Mike Johnson.
Trump's leadership. This is a leadership that said it's okay to give well, how do you feel? You tell me. Think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the richest people in the country and then make massive cuts to healthcare for working class people?
I think Chuck Schumer has voted for continuing resolutions 13 times in the last 4 years, and he has the opportunity to vote for one again, but he's refusing to come to the table.
I think, look, as I have said, there are 53 Republicans in the Senate, correct?
Yeah.
They need 60. What does that mean? It means you have to talk to the other side. Mike Johnson is not talking. John Thune is not talking. President Trump is not talking. That is the problem.
And actually, right after that, you had the town hall host, CNN anchor Caitlin Collins, tossing another Schumer-related question over to AOC.
Can I ask you, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, on that? Because we actually heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson today on Chuck Schumer. He said he's supporting the shutdown to prevent a primary challenge from his left wing. Do you think that's what's driving Senator Schumer here?
No, absolutely not. It's such an insane suggestion. And in fact, it speaks to how desperate they are.
Right, and then also with this topic, you had Bernie Sanders kind of jumping in, going like, what are we talking about?
But are you saying that Senator Schumer should not be worried about a primary challenge from you?
I mean,
All right.
no.
Let me
I
jump
don't
in on
think
this one.
is about
This
anything
is, see,
This is what we're
Caitlin,
talking about.
that's exactly what we're
This
talking
is what
You
we're
have a
talking
country
about.
that is falling apart. We had a housing crisis, a healthcare crisis, an education crisis, massive
can stop
income and wealth
Bernie.
inequality, a corrupt campaign finance system, and the media says, "Oh, you're going to run. What are you going to run for?" Nobody cares. So one more time.
Nobody cares. It's the House Speaker and President Trump and the Vice President saying it.
All right.
Pardon?
Well, of course, they're saying it to deflect attention away from the real issues.
Exactly.
Right, and then regarding the actual issues at hand here, there was this very interesting interaction around healthcare and how things are going to affect Trump voters and how we should think about it.
On the issue of healthcare, a lot of the clinics and hospitals that are negatively affected the most under the One Big Beautiful Bill are located in rural, mostly Republican areas. A lot
91,000.
of the increases in Affordable Care Act premiums that Democrats are fighting to prevent are concentrated in more rural Republican areas. If the Republicans are so insistent on sticking it to their own voters on this issue, why don't the Democrats just let them?
I mean, I think Alexandria touched on this before, and that is, we are, one of the things, and this really annoys me about Trump, he's dividing this country. Why would I not? When we hit the road, we were in Idaho, right? It's the most conservative state in America, I think. We had many thousands of people coming out. We are Americans. But you think I would feel okay if somebody in a Republican state died because they couldn't get health care? I would hope not. I would hope nobody feels that.
And I think it also speaks to a big difference between someone like Trump and someone like me or someone like Bernie, which is that Trump believes that if you don't vote for him, he doesn't have to be your leader. That if you didn't vote for him, that you don't deserve good things to happen to you. I don't care if someone voted for me or not. I don't care if someone is a Republican or an independent or a Democrat. I don't care if someone likes me or not. That will never change the fact that I'm going to fight for them to have health care. I want MAGA to have health care. I want MAGA to be paid a living wage. But he doesn't want people who are Democrats, or he doesn't want people based on their political affiliation to benefit. And that is the difference between a strongman and an authoritarian and a leader of a democracy.
Right, you also had AOC hitting on similar themes throughout the entire town hall.
The problem is that this administration, the Trump administration, folks like Russ Vought, they think that destroying our health care, making sure that housing is too expensive to live in, that jacking up the costs of our groceries, they think all of this is about hurting Democrats. What they are doing is hurting Americans, and they are hurting this country. And if Mike Johnson wants to say that this shutdown is going to last a long time, it is because he is choosing to punish the American people. And we cannot stand for it, and we cannot allow it. And we also cannot enable it by acquiescing and enabling the behavior of bullies. So it ends today.
But then also on the other side of this, as the town hall was taking place, you had the White House's rapid response account live tweeting the whole thing. With the account slamming and mocking both AOC and Bernie, while also pushing the same Republican talking points that we've seen over and over again, trying to blame the Democrats for the shutdown. But ultimately, for right now, we're still in this waiting cycle. The government is shut down. You have tons of Americans wondering when or if they're going to get a paycheck. Of course, there's the health care of it all. A lot of it ends up feeling like, as people feel more pain points, like where does the polling go on this? Does it apply political pressure? We'll have to wait to see. But then next up in the news. Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle knew about his crimes and just didn't care. That is easily one of the biggest claims we just got from Virginia Giuffre's memoir, which comes out next week. Right in Virginia, she was one of the most prominent Epstein victims. Her family announced that she had died by suicide back in April. And now we're seeing this excerpt from her new memoir that was just published in The Guardian. And there she discusses how she got a job at Mar-a-Lago, where her father worked when she was 16 years old. Right, and that is where she says she met Ghislaine Maxwell, who apparently saw her from the car and then got out to follow her, and Virginia describing her as an apex predator closing in. But they're saying Maxwell then invited Virginia to Epstein's home to see if she wanted to work for him as well. And according to this piece, when she arrived, Maxwell brought her to a bedroom where Epstein was fully nude and instructed her on how to massage him, and then forced her to engage in sex acts with them. Right, and then from there, she claims that Epstein eventually asked her to quit her job at Mar-a-Lago to work with him full time. And as for why she and many other young girls that he is accused of trafficking said yes, Virginia claimed two things. One, Epstein was, quote, good at spotting girls whose wounds made them vulnerable, and she claimed that many had been abused as children and they felt he was throwing a lifeline to help them from drowning. And then in Virginia's case, she claims that he showed her a photo taken of her brother at a distance and said, we know where your brother goes to school. You must never tell a soul what goes on in this house. And I own the Palm Beach Police Department, so they won't do anything about it. And from there, Virginia says that she was trafficked to an unnamed billionaire, academics, a gubernatorial candidate, former U.S. Senator, and Prince Andrew. And of Andrew, she specifically called him entitled, as if he believed having sex with me was his birthright. Right? And then this piece from the book closes with Virginia calling for more to be done to address Epstein's crimes, claiming, some people still think Epstein was an anomaly, an outlier, and those people are wrong. While the sheer number of victims Epstein preyed upon may put him in a class by himself, he was no outlier. The way he viewed women and girls as playthings to be used and discarded is not uncommon among certain powerful men who believe they are above the law. And many of those men are still going about their daily lives, enjoying the benefits of their power. With Virginia then adding, don't be fooled by those in Epstein's circle who say they didn't know what he was doing. Epstein not only didn't hide what was happening, he took a certain glee in making people watch. And people did watch. They watched and they didn't care. And so this book, it's titled Nobody's Girl, and it was reportedly completed before Virginia died. And, it's a book that understandably is making a ton of headlines, especially with those who have read advanced copies calling it utterly devastating. Right, and obviously, all of this comes as Epstein and the push to release the files, they've been all over the headlines as well. And actually, there are some updates regarding that effort today, right? And specifically regarding House Speaker Mike Johnson and Arizona's representative-elect Adelita Grijalva. Because as we've talked about, she was elected back in September, and when sworn in, she'll be the final signature needed to force a vote on whether or not to demand the Epstein files be released. She'd be the 218th vote, but Johnson has yet to swear her in, and Grijalva believes that he's intentionally putting this off because he wants to avoid this specific vote. Now, for his part, Johnson's been claiming that he cannot seat her while Congress is not in session, but there's actually no rule mandating that, and he actually previously swore in 2 Republicans who won special elections during a recess. So Johnson, he's been facing a lot of heat, especially from Democrats, to finally swear her in. I mean, he even had Arizona's Attorney General threatening legal action, sending a letter to Johnson saying, you and your staff have provided ever-shifting, unsatisfactory, and sometimes absurd stories as to why Ms. Grijalva has not been sworn in. We thus demand that Ms. Grijalva be immediately sworn into office and admitted to her rightful seat. Should you fail to provide such assurance, we will be forced to seek judicial relief to protect Arizona and the residents of its 7th congressional district. So you also had Senator Ruben Gallego slamming Johnson and not mincing words.
Let's cut to it. Speaker Johnson is protecting pedophiles. That's what this is all about. The only reason Adelita Grijalva is not being sworn in right now is because he wants to protect whatever is in those files, all the pedophiles that would be revealed.
Right, and then also others accusing Johnson of helping a White House cover-up. Right, and all of this, it comes as there are also pushes for accountability outside of the government. I mean, just yesterday, Bank of America and Bank of New York Mellon were sued for allegedly enabling Epstein's trafficking schemes. And according to reports, both are class action suits from Epstein accusers who claim that the banks gave Epstein and his associates special treatment and didn't report suspicious activity until after his death. There's big updates across the board on a story and situation that will not be leaving the news anytime soon, regardless of what Johnson and this White House try to do. And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute, but first let me say, longtime viewers know that I've worked with Z-Biotics pre-alcohol for years, because it's the one thing that actually makes my mornings better, not worse.
Excuse me just a second. Okay, so today, guys, I didn't know how long it would be, and so I just streamed anyways. But unfortunately, I have to go to do a landfill run today, so I'm going to go do that. And yeah, did this thing start? No, this thing didn't start. I think I'm going to log. Actually, it's unfortunate, but yeah, I'm just gonna log here because I have to go do something. Unfortunately. But anyways, so I'm gonna end the stream. I'm sorry it was so brief, only a 35-minute stream. But I mean, I thought I'd actually had another like hour. I'm terribly sorry. I thought I had another hour and a half, but no. Got to push it off, but at least I got some content out. It's good to record a video. I'm gonna pause this video.
Narcotics, what networks, and ultimately what evidence. And then you've got people saying, even if he did provide that, can you still just go around killing people without a trial? Well, the answer, at least according to legal scholars and human rights groups, is absolutely not. In fact, just last month, you had UN experts condemning Trump's actions in the Caribbean, writing, international law does not allow governments to simply murder alleged drug traffickers. Criminal activity should be disrupted, investigated, and prosecuted in accordance with the rule of law, including through international cooperation. But big thing is that Trump, he says that drug smuggling, it's not just a criminal activity. Right? You've got Trump basically arguing that it's actually an act of war and these were enemy soldiers. Right, at first, when the military killed 11 people in its initial strike on September 2nd, Trump signed a letter to Congress telling lawmakers that the action had been taken in self-defense. But then what you saw is that later in the month, after another 2 strikes killed several more people, his administration sent a different kind of notice to Congress. Right here, you had Trump saying that he had determined that the U.S. was now in a non-international conflict with various Latin American cartels and gangs that his team had designated terrorists, and saying that suspected drug smugglers were these organizations that could be lawfully targeted as unlawful combatants. And then with this latest strike, you had Trump simply claiming that he had ordered the strike under his standing authorities as commander-in-chief. And at least as of reporting this, the administration hasn't actually released any sort of detailed legal analysis to support its thin arguments. Right? Possibly because the logic, the law, and the basic facts, they don't seem to be on Trump's side. And I say that because besides the legal criticism, you have experts saying that blowing up Venezuelan boats, it's not actually going to stop the flow of drugs into the United States. Right? And that's because, one, in the case of fentanyl, for example, which is the deadliest drug in the U.S., Venezuela plays essentially no role in its production or trafficking. And two, the vast majority of cocaine that's produced in Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru and smuggled via the Pacific Ocean. And then also, with all of this, we've already seen reports that drug smugglers, they're adapting to the changing situation, finding new ways to move product. And in fact, you even have some saying that these strikes may ultimately make it harder to limit the movement of drugs in the region. Or with, for example, a former U.S. ambassador who served during Trump's first term and under Joe Biden telling the Associated Press that upsetting the U.S.'s longtime allies in the region might hurt our ability to gather intelligence. And with that, you had him pointing to Colombia as an example because their president said last week that a boat recently bombed by the U.S. was Colombian with Colombian citizens inside. Though that said, I will say, no one is more pissed off than the Venezuelan government right now. And in response to Trump confirming the CIA authorization, you had Maduro's government saying that it would raise the issue at the UN Security Council today, blasting Trump's words as a grave violation of the UN Charter, right? Accusing Trump of seeking to legitimize regime change with the ultimate goal of appropriating Venezuela's petroleum resources. And with that, I will say that the Trump administration actually reportedly turned down an offer from Maduro for a dominant stake in Venezuela's oil and other mineral wealth. But also, it may just seem like
got done with the dump and now I'm back.
Else being in power there. And in fact, several American officials, they've reportedly been very, very clear in private that their end goal is in fact driving Maduro from power. But this primarily including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but also CIA Director John Ratcliffe, who notably said during his confirmation hearing that he would make the agency less risk-averse and more willing to conduct covert action when ordered by the president. But then, with all of that said, it's also been reported that Trump has made no final decision on using force to overthrow Maduro. But also, in addition to confirming the authorization granted to the CIA yesterday, you had him acknowledging again that he's considering strikes on Venezuelan soil. And ultimately, we're going to have to wait to see what our no wars president does next. But at least for right now, the situation continues to escalate. It's definitely seeming more and more of a powder keg. But then next up,
wow, I want both of these.
The truckers are getting pulled off the road right now. Especially
I farmed them for 120 mil.
Down and actually cutting cash to states that won't play along. And specifically, we're talking about drivers being sidelined for failing English proficiency exams. Because you see, according to an analysis of Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration data, there have been 6,000 truckers pulled off the road since June 1st for failing to demonstrate enough understanding of the English language. And that notably, it puts them in violation of rules that were laid out earlier this year by Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. And that because you had Trump saying that truckers who aren't able to read, understand, and converse in English to a certain standard would be declared unfit for service, meaning that they wouldn't be able to drive a commercial truck again until the problem was addressed. And with that, you had Duffy saying, Americans are a lot safer on roads alongside truckers who can understand and interpret our traffic signs. A driver who can't understand English will not drive a commercial vehicle in this country, period. And with that, a big thing is that English proficiency requirements for truckers have actually been around for years. But in the Obama era of 2016, the penalty for those failing to meet those requirements, it was kind of more relaxed. It gave drivers who failed roadside English exams a ticket instead of yanking them off the job entirely. Now, of course, with this, one of the big questions is, okay, well, how big of a deal is it? Well, at least according to experts and analysts, they say that there's actually no data showing a connection between English proficiency and accidents involving commercial truck drivers. In fact, according to the FMCSA, most commercial crashes are caused by drivers falling asleep or some other impairment. Right? And there's also the fact that proficiency, or whatever that is, it's totally subjective, with Brandon Wiseman, for example, president of Truck Safe Consulting, saying one officer might think is proficient, another officer down the road might think is not proficient. That makes it tough. Right? And then likely making this even harder, we don't know exactly what questions are included in the roadside exam that's administered by the state police. Though you do have industry experts saying it's probably questions like, where are you going and what was your starting point? But then also, on top of that, and it's one of the reasons we're talking about this today, there is a serious concern that yanking truckers off the job, it's going to impact the industry, and if too many are pulled, the wider U.S. supply chain. And of course, that concerns in addition to concern from advocates saying that Latino drivers who make up more than 15% of truckers are going to be unfairly targeted by those administering the test. And with all this, you had one advocate saying, a truck driver who does speak English sufficiently to comply with federal standards, but maybe they speak with an accent, or maybe they use a different vocabulary that the inspector isn't used to hearing, is that person then going to be subject to an English language violation? But again, this is just sharing the concerns here, and it doesn't appear to have stopped the current administration from moving forward. But then from that, finally today, I want to end with a little self-promo and one more thing. So for the self-promo, people have been asking if we're going to do anything for Halloween. We are doing a Beautiful Bastard drop for Halloween, and in fact, it launched just today. And I know a good number of y'all are going to be excited because we are relaunching the Ghouls Just Want to Have Fun gear, emotionally gothic. Our one days will all be skeleton skelly, and that cult hit, my body hurts and I hate the government. Can we cuddle and watch spooky movies? With a number of these being bigger, fuller prints and new colorways, so definitely grab everything you want over at beautifulbastard.com right now, especially because even though we're launching this now, we're going to be resetting the site somewhat soon. That's going to include a reset of a lot of our graphic gear. But then finally today, I want to include a little bit of my conversation with Ben Rhodes, of course, link to the full podcast, the In Good Faith podcast in the description. But it was something that it felt like it made sense to share here.
Well, when I left government, I was not on the best terms, with the Israeli government. It was after the whole Iran deal fight. And it was about a year and change later that the Guardian had this report that a group called Black Cube, which is a collection of former Mossad agents, had been contracted to kind of dig up dirt, spy on you, right? Now, Black Cube was also the same private intelligence outfit that had done this to, like, Harvey Weinstein's accusers. Like, they've been around the block. And actually, I could go back and see that they had contacted my wife. And what was interesting is they had contacted my wife and said that they were movie producers from a group called Shell Productions, which is kind of aptly named. And they wanted to talk to her about the private lives of people that had negotiated nuclear deals and, normalization of relations with an adversary. So it was suspicious on its face. And then I talked to some journalists who'd seen this file, and they had like pictures of my car, or they had my
new helm, like 750 helm.
Now, what I found interesting about this whole thing when it happened is, first of all, they weren't exactly trying to cover their tracks that much. So I actually think, in kind of looking at this question of private intelligence and how it harasses people, that the intimidation was as much the point.
But that, my friend, is the end of this video, but of course there's more just a click away. You've got my brand new podcast from today with Ben Rhodes. We dove into a lot. I highly recommend you watch it, subscribe, all the good stuff. Indoor, you've got the newest Philip DeFranco show that you might not have seen yet. And I've got links to that and even more that I do if you want to consume it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or YouTube in the links below. But that said, thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday. But for now, I got a big drive ahead of me. Wish me luck.
LSIs not doing so well. Maybe they don't like 960, which is kind of weird. I do want to live there and rob them for an LSIs, though. I think it's a good way to make money. Let's look at all those Tristans. Yeah, let's get in a Tristan and insure it. Go back out to faction warfare. Oh yeah. So there was a town hall thing. No, like the town, not 9 base now, just town hall, AOC Bernie, right? This is the CNN town hall.
It's so great to have both of you here. We have so many audience questions tonight, really good ones. And Senator Sanders, just in terms of how long this shutdown has gone on, you and I have spoken multiple times during this, but we're now on the 15th day. The 9th vote to reopen the government failed. Do you think Speaker Johnson is right when he says that this could be one of the longest government shutdowns in U.S. history?
No. I think the Republicans are catching on that you can't throw 15 million Americans off of the health care they have. And studies indicate that when you do that, some 50,000 Americans a year will die unnecessarily. And then on top of that, just in Vermont today, Caitlin, people in my state and all over this country are beginning to receive notices from insurance companies about what their new premiums will be if we do not stop what Trump is doing. In my state of Vermont, there are people today who receive notices that their premiums are going to quadruple. Some less, 3 times. In my state of Vermont, and again, this is true in many parts of the country, middle-class families will be paying $50,000 a year for health care. Anyone think that's sane? It's not. Who can afford that? Republicans are catching on. They're playing a losing hand. They are going to come to the table finally and address the healthcare crisis that they've created.
Okay, so you think Republicans will come to the table sooner rather than later. The White House has not indicated as much, and today the budget director, Russ Vought, said that north of 10,000 federal workers could be laid off during this government shutdown. Does that make Democrats rethink their strategy at all?
I don't think so. I think that what Russ Vought just announced today in the laying off of federal workers, we learned today a judge has put a temporary restraining order because it is likely illegal what he and the Trump administration is doing. The problem is that this administration, the Trump administration, folks like Russ Vought, they think that destroying our health care, making sure that housing is too expensive to live in, that jacking up the costs of our groceries, they think all of this is about hurting Democrats. What they are doing is hurting Americans, and they are hurting this country. And if Mike Johnson wants to say that this shutdown is going to last a long time, it is because he is choosing to punish the American people. And we cannot stand for it, and we cannot allow it. And we also cannot enable it by acquiescing and enabling the behavior of bullies. So it ends today.
So we
If I could just add to something, Alexandria.
Go ahead, Senator.
This is the cynicism of the Speaker of the House.
Mm-hmm.
Where are your Republican colleagues tonight? They're back here in Washington negotiating?
That's an excellent question, Bernie. Right now, House Democrats are in Washington, D.C. Senate Democrats are in Washington, D.C. Even Senate Republicans, I believe, are from Washington, D.C. The only people who are not in Washington, D.C. are the over 200 elected Republicans in the House of Representatives. Because the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, refuses to call the House in session. He refuses to also seat Alldayerrydaybaby because they want to prevent the 218 signature on release of the Epstein files as well.
Can I ask you on that? Because Speaker Johnson was asked about that today, and he said it has nothing to do with that. It's so she can have all the pomp and circumstance that is afforded to most members when they're sworn in. You don't believe that?
No, Mike Johnson has sworn in several members, Republican members, in the first session. He understands that the importance of this country, the importance of representation is not about pomp and circumstance. And in fact, it's not just about Representative Grijalva. It's about the over 700,000 people in the state of Arizona, veterans, seniors, teachers, students, who do not have anyone to call in an emergency because their elected representative that has been certified at municipal, state, and the federal level, federal acknowledgement, he refuses to seat a duly elected official here in the House of Representatives.
So we have a lot of questions tonight for people who are here in Washington. And Representative Ocasio-Cortez, this first question is for you. This is Alicia Dulford, who is from Camp Springs, Maryland, and is a TSA officer who's active in her local federal employees union. Thank you so much for being here. What's your question?
Thank you for having me. As the month November approaches, many of us are facing serious hardships as we enter week 3 of the shutdown. Some are at risk of eviction or mortgage default, and local rental companies and lenders have become silent or refused to work with employees presenting DHS debt letters. What protections or emergency actions can be taken to prevent these workers and their families from losing their homes during this time?
Well, thank you so much for your question. And particularly as a TSA employee, I represent LaGuardia Airport. And so I know very, very well all the hard work that you all do and put in. And
Yes, ma'am.
and you all deserve a dignified workplace. You deserve a safe workplace, and you deserve the paycheck that you are working for. What I believe the best thing that we can do is to reopen the government right now, and to ensure and to also call on our representatives and put pressure on individuals like the Speaker of the House to actually pick up the phone. The problem here is not that there is is not even that there's a disagreement. It's that the Speaker of the House and the Trump administration refuses to even have a negotiation. They refuse to even pick up the phone and talk about this. And so I do not want us to start to agree with what Mike Johnson is saying and to have them preview for us and normalize the idea that everyone's just going to miss a paycheck, that 1 million federal workers are just going to go without that, and to just warn that in advance and to have us accept that. This is not acceptable. This is not normal. And what is normal is for us to negotiate. When one party wants the votes of another party, you negotiate, you come to a compromise, and you pass a bill. That is schoolhouse rock, and that is how things should be. So I thank you for that, and I want to make sure that we, of course, pass a bevy of federal protections for workers, but we don't want them to be necessary in the first place.
Yeah, and Senator Sanders, on that front, on government shutdowns before, obviously you've said before that you believe shutting down the government is a serious and dangerous action. You said that we must do everything possible to prevent it. What would you say to people who are missing their paychecks about why it's worth it now?
Well, let me just, first of all, thank you very much for your service. And we're going to do everything we can and move as quickly as we can to make sure you get your paychecks. But I want to just back up a little bit to discuss how we got to where we are, because I'm not sure everybody knows this. What Alexandria was just saying is in the House, majority rules, they pass the budget. In the Senate, not quite the case. It needs 60 votes, okay? That's been going on for a very long time. And the reason for the 60 votes is to encourage bipartisan negotiations, right? Republicans have 53 people in their caucus. Democrats, including independents, have 47. You got to talk.
Ooh, I got a 4.
This time, for the first time in history, what Republicans are saying, yeah, we don't have 60 votes. We're not talking to you, our way or the highway. And what we are saying, sorry.
Ooh, another
you
4.
got to sit down and talk to us. You got to deal with the healthcare crisis in this country.
Ooh, a 3.
Well, and they have both, Republicans have argued that Democrats should reopen the government and then they'll negotiate. Where do you both stand on that prospect?
I don't know. Based on their history, they've had months and months. This is not a new thing. Ever since Trump's big, beautiful bill was passed, we knew this was happening. They have refused to negotiate. And anyone thinks that tomorrow they'll suddenly start
He's
negotiating,
right.
I think is smoking
Foolish.
what is illegal in many states.
Okay. On that
Correct.
front, let's
And
get to our
should
next
be legal
question
in more.
from the audience. Senator Sanders, this one's for you. This is Jeffrey Katz, who is a tax attorney from Potomac, Maryland, who says he's a Democrat who voted for President Trump in the last election. Jeffrey, what's your question?
Senator Sanders, you've said 50,000 people could die from ACA subsidy cuts. But right now, 1.4 million federal workers aren't getting paid. How do you justify choosing a fight over subsidies that might help people
200
in the
mil
future
right there.
over workers who are definitely suffering today?
These things are going to
We're
pay.
talking
They're
to
really going
Lyndon
to pay.
Alexandria, one of the strongest pro-worker members of the United States Congress. And we are going to fight for federal workers. And by the way, in terms of the AFTRA union, you are aware that our friend in the White House basically, in an unprecedented way, decided he wasn't going to have that union anymore, et cetera, et cetera. We're going to fight for federal employees. But what you just said, about 50,000 people dying a year, this is based on studies done from the University of Pennsylvania and Yale. You take 15 million people off of their health care, by and large, low-income and working-class people, what do you think is going to happen to them? They don't go to a doctor. They have chronic problems. They will die. So this issue, and by the way, if I may, it's not only about health care. Do you know why we are in the situation we are today? Why do you think Trump and his friends made massive cuts to Medicaid and are forcing us to double premiums for the ACA? They gave the 1% in this country $1 trillion in tax breaks. $1 trillion in tax breaks at a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than any time in the history of this country. So I am not going to sit back and say, yeah, we're going to let 50,000 people die so that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and other multi-billionaires can get a tax break.
But can I ask you, in terms of negotiations and what's realistic for the subsidies, which expire at the end of December? Obviously, open enrollment starts November 1st. Over in the House, there are 14 House Republicans who have said that they will sign on and they will vote for a one-year extension of the subsidies. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said he felt that proposal was laughable. Do you think that's laughable, or is that something you could get behind?
Yeah, no, let me tell you why it's laughable. Because it's cynical. Republicans want to sign on to just a one little extra year of these ACA subsidies. You want to know why? What's happening next year? The midterm elections. They want to extend these subsidies just a year extra so that people don't realize the dupe that they are pulling on everyone, so that they can all reelect themselves and allow those things to expire the moment that they win reelection. And it is time to get politics out of what should be a guaranteed universal right in the United States of America, and that is health care. And so I will not accept a measly 1 year acceptance of a measly 1 year extension of the ACA. We need to make sure, and as a member of the party, we put negotiations in the hands of our party's leadership with Hakeem Jeffries. He says it's no, it's no. And we have to make sure that we are expanding and continuing the fight and not falling for the fine print, not falling for the tricks, and not falling for the politics around this.
If I could add to what I was saying, it's not just 15 million people losing their health insurance. And it's not just tens of millions of people seeing a doubling or a tripling in their premiums. Our healthcare system, and you guys can argue with me if you want, I think our healthcare system is broken. I think it is dysfunctional. And I think it's on the verge of collapse. And understand.
Thank God I got healthy. Thank God I got healthy and like skinny before, not skinny, but like skinnier anyway, like healthy and lost like a lot of the weight. Because it's like, you know, I can see this big black hole coming up where the country just collapses, I think. I don't know. I think I will have some yogurt for a snack. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Cuts to healthcare from Trump and his friends. You're talking about cuts to nursing homes. You're talking about cuts to rural hospitals. You're talking about cuts to community health centers where 32 million people get their primary care. This system is on the verge of collapse. And I would hope.
Oh no, am I dying? Why am I dying?
This room and everybody in America ask themselves a very simple question. Why
Damn, they're like killing this really quick.
The richest country in the history of the world, the only major nation not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right.
So can I ask, if a 1 year extension you say is measly and doesn't cut it, what exactly do you want to see? What would you vote for?
Well, again, you know, negotiations are all about a back and forth. And the idea of accepting something for nothing.
Hey, did you call? Oh, okay. So we do dinner tonight. Okay. No. Sounds for I like your dinners. Yeah. So okay, sounds good. I'll plan for it. Okay. Okay, so sorry about that.
I I don't think is something that we're prepared to do. And by that, I mean that requires Mike Johnson saying what he's willing to do and engaging in those negotiations with Hakeem Jeffries. And so this is a team sport. This is about making sure that we're all can come to something that we can agree with. So, you know, I think we know what we will not accept.
The
and what we
helmet
will
looks
not
pretty cool.
accept Is for these ACA premiums to skyrocket on the American people. What we will not accept is the doubling of these premiums, and what we will not accept is allowing the teetering of this system to collapse right before everyone's eyes.
Okay, so you won't accept 1 year. I know, Senator, you've said that you believe they should be permanent, but in terms of what actually happens next year, what do you need to see for the government to be reopened? Can you walk me through what that looks like?
I have a radical idea. You ready for a radical idea? Let's do what the American people want. Do a poll. CNN. Ask people how many think it's a great idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1% and decimate the American healthcare system. And if you do not have a strong majority of Republicans, Democrats, and independents saying that is crazy, I would be surprised. Let's do what the American people want. And at the very least, as we continue the fight for a Medicare for all single-payer system, we're going to protect people today from losing their health care or from seeing their premiums skyrocket, seeing nursing homes, community health centers decimated.
But let's
Fuck,
say that the
they're
White
killing
House
this
and
so
Republican leaders
fast.
say
I
that
didn't
they
get
will extend
credit.
these subsidies. It's not clear how long, because you say 1 year is not enough. They haven't even heard from the board yet. I think the question is, does that need to be enshrined into law? What does that need to look like before you would vote to reopen the government? Or is it commitment from the White House and
Oh,
Republicans
yeah,
enough?
no doubt.
I mean,
Mr. President is a very honest man. And if
Yeah.
he says something, man, you could take it to the bank.
So you're saying his word is not enough?
bankruptcy court.
A little peckish. I'm gonna have a bite of yogurt,
what do you need to see? What would be the
I've
I
got
think we
family
need to
dinner
see
tonight.
Ink on paper. I think we need to see legislation. I think we need to see votes. And I think we need to see these things pass on the floor of the House and the Senate and signed by President Trump. I don't accept IOUs. I don't accept pinky promises. That's not the business that I'm in.
Okay, so you need a signature from President
Absolutely.
Trump in order to vote to reopen the government.
Correct.
Okay, Senator Sanders, we've got another question. This one's for you. This is Logan Carey, who is a student at American University, who's a member of College Republicans and has volunteered for Republican campaigns. Thank you for being here, Logan. You're from Green, Maine. What's your question for the senator?
Thank you. Senator Sanders, which specific Republicans leaders do you believe you can work with to pass a CR and reopen the government?
Look, that's a great question. And let me tell you, I can, mention a number of them. There are some decent, honest Republicans. And, in American society, we believe in democracy. You're a conservative Republican.
Is there?
We disagree.
I guess,
So what?
yeah.
It's called America. We have different points of view. I got to tell you, though, if I may, one of the things that has concerned me very, very much, and is that we are seeing the Republican Party doing less of representing their districts and their states than just swearing allegiance to the President of the United States. Now, I never thought that I would say this, but you have somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, you know what? I was elected by my constituents. That's who I am beholden to, not the President of the United States. So there are good Republicans out there, and if Trump would leave them alone for 5 minutes and not threaten them with a primary, if they stood up and did the right thing, I think we can make progress. I will give you one story. Tom Tillis, conservative Republican from North Carolina. When we're debating this big, beautiful bill, Tillis looks at the bill, he reads the bill, he says, this is a disaster for North Carolina. I can't vote for it. Literally the next day, Trump was all over social media. The billionaires were all over saying, okay, you're finished. We're going to primary you. And a day later, this guy says, I'm out of here. I'm not running for re-election. All right? That's where we are right now. And that is a very serious problem.
You mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's your colleague over in the House. The way she frames this is she says Democrats created this mess, but Republicans don't have any solutions to fix the healthcare issue either. Is she someone that you could see yourself working with?
On what?
On the healthcare issue.
I mean, listen, I think people can talk a good game, but until they actually support policy that helps people, I'm not particularly interested. But if she wants to if she actually wants to support legislation and expanding healthcare, I've worked with plenty of Republicans as well on healthcare. I have a bill that I've introduced with Congresswoman Malliotakis, Republican from New York, on expanding maternal health and reauthorizing the Healthy Start program to help newborns and new moms be able to support their kids. And so in terms of bipartisan legislation on healthcare, I'm more than open to doing that. But it's not just about talking the talk, we got to walk the walk.
And you would need to see her actually support something that you're behind in terms of legislation on health.
Yeah.
Our next question is for you, Representative. This is a video question. It's from Eric Johnson, who lives in Hernando, Mississippi. He's an air traffic controller and a father of 4 who is joining us via video tonight. This is his question.
What do you suggest government workers do for food money when the paychecks stop coming?
I mean, these are the real questions that we have to be entertaining. And as I mentioned earlier, the best and most important solution to this is making sure that we reopen the government, not accept the inevitability of this, and come to a resolution as quickly as possible. Extending the shutdown would be a choice. Mike Johnson saying we want to make this the longest shutdown, saying this to prepare for this being the longest shutdown, that's not leadership. That is abdication of responsibility. It's an abdication to families like his, and a complete abdication of the responsibility that we have to people. Now, that being said, we do have to make sure that we come together as communities and that we also systemically expand our programming, like the SNAP cuts that just happened, in addition to the $1 trillion in healthcare cuts as well for families that are under financial duress.
You mentioned what Speaker Johnson has said about how long this could go on. We've heard from Senator Schumer as well, who said the other day that as long as this shutdown continues, he said, quote, every day gets better for us. Do you think every day, though, gets better for someone like Eric?
No, I mean, it's, at the end of the day, this needs to be as short as possible. We do not want the government to be shut down. We don't. This is not something that is good for any American. It's not good for the million federal workers that are out there right now. It's not good for the Americans that rely on federal services. It's not good for people who are traveling and can't get through an airport because TSA workers are not being paid. So we have to make sure that this is as swift and as short as possible.
Well, and speaking of airports and what air traffic controllers are having to go through, not getting paid, I mean, he's a father of 4, so I can't even imagine how that feels. And Senator Sanders, on that front, in a CNN story the other day, there was a senior Democratic aide who told CNN last week that Democrats won't back down on their demands here, short of, quote, planes falling out of the sky.
All right. What can I tell you? That's obviously unacceptable. Look, what we are dealing with is an unprecedented moment in American history. All right. So it's not only a debate about whether or not we can save healthcare for tens and tens of millions of Americans. It's also a broader issue. And that issue is whether or not we will accept the reality that a handful of very, very wealthy people are now making out like bandits while 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. So I think what we are saying is that now is the time, not just on healthcare, but all across the spectrum. People can't afford groceries. The housing crisis is enormous. People paying 40, 50% of their limited incomes for housing. And all the while working class families are struggling to put food on the table, Trump gives his billionaire friends huge tax breaks, and they are getting richer and richer. So what all of this is about is do the American people come together and demand that we have a government that represents all of us, or just wealthy campaign contributors. That is essentially what this whole fight is about. And right now, healthcare is in the middle of it, but there are a lot of other issues. I worry very much. Now Alexandra and I were on the road talking about this issue, that we are increasingly becoming an
Sometimes I dream of them kissing.
Of society where a very small number
I
of people
love them so
not only
much.
control our economy, but through their campaign contributions have huge influence over both political parties. And if there was ever a time in American history when we have got to stand up and fight for working families, fight to prevent authoritarianism taking place in this country, this is the moment.
But you're saying it's bigger than just about healthcare.
Healthcare is huge. When 50,000 people a year may die because of Trump's cuts, that in itself is huge. But the issue is even broader than that. It's, do you have a government that represents you and you, or a government that represents billionaires who want more and more tax breaks and more favors from the government? That's really what the struggle is about.
Senator Sanders, our next question is for you. Nicole Plavitska is here with us tonight. Thank you so much. She's a Democrat and a student at George Washington University from Sunnyvale, California. What's your question?
Hello. Republicans
To
have been
Sunnyvale.
appealing to audiences, especially young people like myself, online using social media. Why does Republican messaging on social media seem so much more effective than Democratic messaging, and what can we do about it?
Well, that's a great question. I think the Republicans are effective. They have learned a lot about social media. And by the way, it doesn't hurt that their friends own all of the major social media platforms. You know, Bezos owns
Elon
Twitter
Musk.
or X. Zuckerberg
owns, Elon
Meta,
owns Twitter,
Facebook, and Instagram. Mr. Ellison is going to own you pretty soon. I think he's going to take over CNN, not to mention CBS. So these guys have, you know, they can use algorithms to help them. So, but to answer your question, look, it gets back to something that I've been talking about, Alexandria, others have been talking about. What does the Democratic Party stand for? And I think messaging becomes easy when you're prepared to stand up and fight the right fights. And what is the right fight? At a time when the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%, and the rich are getting richer while working families are struggling, you tell me what the issue is. And the issue is whether you stand with the working class of this country or with wealthy campaign contributors. And we're seeing more and more Democrats around the country, by the way, beginning to understand that.
To her question about how you're reaching out to people, the two of you did a video recently that got millions of views explaining the government shutdown, talking about why you think this fight is worth it. Democratic leaders did one, a live stream that only got a couple tens of thousands of views.
Oh, so I would like to announce, right around now that on Saturday I will be going to the Bellingham No Kings protest, and I will be streaming it and recording it, and I will put it on my channel. And I love doing this shit. I think I'm having quite a lot of fun being a streamer and content creator, and I think I'm going to, really lean into it. So there will be our IRL stream on Saturday for like 3 to 5 hours or something like that, where I go and go to the Bellingham No Kings protest. It's gonna be fucking amazing.
Much less than both of y'all's.
There's a cute girly there that I want to hit on, and I'm gonna hit on her this time. But I didn't, I wasn't sure before, but I think I'm gonna.
Do Democratic leaders need to up their
If she's there, I might not even see her.
name and how they're reaching people?
This is the master of social media. I'll let her answer that.
Well, I think to Brittany's point, we're successful in these mediums when we're clear about what we believe. And whether in the great diversity of our country, in the very different perspectives that we may have, I know very concretely what I believe. Bernie knows very concretely what he believes, that healthcare is a human right, and that the minimum wage should be a living wage in this country, that public colleges and universities should be tuition free, that no person in this country, in the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, should be too poor to live. And it is clear to communicate that as an individual. Now, to the question earlier as well, when they talk about Republicans and their success online, they have been successful because they have also been very clear, especially digitally, about what they believe. That women are inferior, they do not deserve equal rights, that they believe that LGBTQ Americans are subhuman, that they believe and are circulating disgusting racial and white supremacist messaging that they are able to get away with digitally and online. And they are able to radicalize and target and
I actually
exploit
like this
a
helmet.
generation of young boys, in particular, away from healthy masculinity and into an insecure masculinity that requires the domination of others who are poorer, browner, darker, or a different gender than them. And that is why they are resonating online, because they are appealing to the most basest and worst parts of
Look,
human
I could
nature
give my
to divide
my
us.
my
And
spear
why to divide
50
us?
eye
So
level.
that the same people who own those platforms, people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, that these people can continue to get away
Now I'm
with
740.
highway robbery in tax cuts and in
I've got a
order to
light set
fleece
building,
all of our
which is
pockets,
cool.
cut our health
Could always go
keep our
caster.
wages low, so that they can, so that we remain fighting amongst ourselves.
Maybe I
while
should
they
go
make
caster. I'm
themselves
not
richer.
really spearing
And
things.
so, in order for us to fight back against that, we must be clear about what we believe, have strong beliefs,
I could go
and
Void Gauntlet.
also be completely unwilling to bow to that kind of division and stand.
I'm
in
unwilling. I won't bow
solidarity
to
with
it.
one
Fuck 'em.
another, especially when it is someone whose culture is different from ours or whose background we may not entirely understand, but that
Shadow
we honor,
Piercer.
love, and see as our fellow Americans.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Sanders, we have a lot more questions for both of you coming up. We're going to take a
I think
short
I
break,
will
and
switch
we'll be right
off
back with our stand
spear
town hall.
to Void Gauntlet.
And we are back with Senator Bernie Sanders and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez here tonight for our CNN.
And I will
Hall.
respec.
Representative, this next question is for you, and it comes from Ashley Vasquez, who is from Washington, D.C., and is an attorney with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, who is currently furloughed.
We'll go
I
all
should note that Ashley and
con.
four of her colleagues have filed a lawsuit alleging
Or
that
I'm sorry,
Mike
not
retaliated
con.
against them for helping others
All
exercise their rights
focus.
under the Fair
Excuse me.
Housing Act. Ashley, what's your question tonight?
Thank you. Just to reiterate, I am speaking on my personal capacity, not representing the government, and I'm here with some of my colleagues who have been fired for speaking up and speaking out. So my question is about retaliation. Many career federal employees have been afraid to speak up. They've been afraid to push back on illegal orders, and some have even felt the need to comply in advance to prove their loyalty and protect their
Intelligence
jobs.
and focus.
What would you say to those career federal employees, and is there anything at all that can be done to stop the retaliation and overcome this culture of fear?
Well, thank you. Thank you for your question. And, you know, I think even all of us heard at the top of the show tonight that many of the federal workers here are not having, that CNN is not disclosing the party affiliation of federal workers that are here tonight. And that's for a reason, precisely because of the question that you're asking. Because there is a fear over political retaliation by this administration and a singling out and isolating of career federal workers based on party affiliation, just in their participation in public civic discourse. And this is from a Republican Party that claims to believe in free speech, which we know from their actions in the last couple of months have actually been doing nothing but the opposite. No one should be afraid of retaliation in their workplace. It's just unacceptable. And we're not just talking about the Department of Housing and Urban Development. We're seeing this as well at the FDA, the CDC, the NIH, where people's lives are literally on the line. People are being fired. We're not talking about political appointees. We're talking about career civil servants, people who have been scientists for 20 years.
Yeah, you keep talking about the damage. I want to hear about a solution.
People, the absolute public servants who, by the
We
way,
know what
forego
damage they
very
did.
often lucrative careers in the private sector because they believe in the values of public service. That is who this administration is targeting. Over what? Well, we saw that this administration was directing everyday federal workers to put in their email signatures.
I'm not gonna make it over and over again. It's gonna be like this. It's so annoying.
That is likely in violation of the Hatch Act. And so this intimidation that people are feeling is not just about expressing themselves. They feel that this administration is trying
That
to
was too
pressure
far.
them into breaking the law, or else they will lose their job.
Well, and to follow up with you on that, in terms of the federal layoffs that the White House has been warning more will come as the United States shut down, and they're saying Democrats will take the blame for that. They also say that they're pulling funding for a lot of projects. The president described them as Democrat-oriented projects. One of that is they're withholding about $18 billion in funding for 2 infrastructure projects in your state. How do you and can you fight back against that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, once again, this administration is making a foolish mistake by saying that they think that investments in housing and in energy are so-called Democrat priorities, cutting the EPA as a Democrat priority. You know what this country looked like before the EPA? Rivers in rural areas were on fire because of corporations poisoning the people who lived in those areas. Poor middle-class communities getting poisoned and dumped on by corporations like Deloitte and 3M, pouring chemicals into these places. And they want to call it a Democratic priority. And that's why they want to eliminate the FDA. Well, you know what? You're damn well right that it's a Democratic priority to keep people from getting poisoned, from identifying dangerous chemicals that are being dumped and causing cancer in people without their knowledge. You're damn right that it's a Democratic priority to bring down the cost of housing and mortgages and rent. And you're damn right that it's a Democratic priority to raise the minimum wage in this country, to allow people to get a fair shot at the American dream. If they want to say that that's a Democratic priority, they're right. And they are targeting all of us with this. And so I do think it's important for us to remember that, and that these priorities are actually not partisan at all.
And Senator Sanders, on this front, when we look at funding that Congress has already approved, one thing Democrats want to try to do here is to limit the White House's and the president's ability to rescind funding that's been approved by Congress. As you're negotiating a deal, or if we try to get closer to one, is that something that's a deal breaker for you?
Absolutely. You know, we're beginning, one of the things that frightens me, Caitlin, is we begin to accept as normal the unconstitutional, illegal, and outrageous actions on the part of the White House. Can you imagine anybody ever thinking that it would be acceptable for somebody to say, oh, people in New York and California and Vermont, they didn't vote for me. I'm not going to put federal funds into those states. You didn't vote for me. We right now have a president who is targeting the Attorney General of New York State, who is targeting a United States Senator because they did their jobs. Former head of the FBI. What he is trying to do and what ICE raids and knocking down doors are about is to make all of you afraid. You're a federal employee, don't speak up. You're a government official, don't speak up. You're in a law firm that somehow had clients taking on Trump, don't speak up because they're going to punish you. You are on CNN, we're going to sue you if you ask the wrong questions. My friends, what this is about is a movement toward authoritarianism, intimidating us all, making us afraid. And you stop and you think, what is this country about? What makes us the great country that people all over the world have always envied, looked to?
Beautiful women.
It's the word freedom. It's the right to dissent. You disagree with me, that's fine.
What freedom?
You want to be
The freedom to
re-elected?
prison
Go
and
for it.
poverty.
You're a newspaper writer. Write what you want.
I'm kidding.
It's not having a president trying to intimidate you, sue you, cut your funding because you disagree with him. And that is the issue that we've got to also address, not just healthcare, not just housing. It's whether or not we stand up for the freedoms that millions of Americans fought and died to defend.
Are you, either of you, going to demand that they release the funding for those 2
Absolutely,
infrastructure
of
projects
course.
in order to reopen the government?
Of course. Well, you know, here's what we have to say. Not only should this infrastructure funding be released, but in New York, which this administration is targeting in some of these infrastructure cancellations, some of the projects that they have canceled have been large-scale wind energy projects. And again, they think this is a Democratic priority, right? Because it's wind energy. But this is energy, period. In New York State, Con Ed bills, that's our energy utility, Con Ed bills are set to go up almost another $100 next year because of those cancellations. That's affecting, and it's jacking up the prices in Mike Lawler's district, in Nicola Maliotakis' district, in Republican districts across the state. It is affecting, and they are jacking up the prices on MAGA voters too. It is killing all of us.
Yeah.
And so while they think that sabotaging energy projects in this country, which by the way, oil and gas is much more volatile, that goes up and down all the time. That they think sabotaging these projects are somehow owning the lid. No.
Well, and I should
It's
note
owning
that
the
Mike Lawler
environment.
has told us he's actually trying to get the administration to reverse that holding on that funding. Senator Sanders, though, on the shutdown.
If I may.
But can I ask you on the shutdown? I've got a housing question for you coming up.
I'm happy to answer that. But let me also just add on to what Alexandria said. Give you an example of cutting quote-unquote democratic programs. I managed to get a $7 billion provision in Inflation Reduction Act. And what does? It will help low-income and working-class people install solar panels on their roofs. If you have solar on your rooftop, you know what? Your electric bill will go down 70%, 90%. We're going to create all kinds of jobs doing that, building the solar, installing the solar. We're suing, but they cut that vote. Then we found out significantly reduce electric costs for working class people in America. That is a mentality, and by the way, it's part of the mentality of Trump, which thinks that climate change is a hoax.
Well, they warned that for us to become the longer the Senator Fountain is joining us. She's a bartender from North Lake, Mississippi. She is a Democrat. She submitted her question via video.
A Democrat from Mississippi.
Indeed.
All right, there we go.
My American dream has turned into a nightmare. My family was only days away from closing on the USDA loan for our dream. Then came news of the shutdown, and now we face uncertainty. Our lease is up, and now we have to move. The shutdown is costing us our chance to live our dream. What are you doing to end this stalemate and help restore faith in our elected officials, the people I helped to choose to guard my American dream?
We're going to do everything that we can to bring an end to this terrible shutdown, which is hurting you and which is hurting 1 million federal employees and millions of people who use federal services. But also, we have got to be cognizant that if Trump wins this fight, our healthcare system could well collapse and tens of thousands of
This
people
game's
could
so
die
good.
every
I love this
single
game.
year.
Do you think Trump could win this fight?
No, we're going to win.
No.
But it's not, I don't want to look at it like a political fight. We're going to win it because the American people are on our side. If you are, or you're a Republican congressman, you're going to go back to your district and people are going to say to you, why are you doubling my insurance premiums? Why did you throw me off of healthcare? That's a fight that Republicans are not going to win.
Well, and to Bobby's question, Representative, earlier you said that House Speaker Mike Johnson said he wants this shutdown to be one of the longest in history. I believe he said it could be one of the longest in history. He was saying that more of a warning about how long it could go on. I don't think it was a threat. But I do think people want to know how long they should brace for this to potentially go on for. Do you think by Thanksgiving the government could still be shut down?
I mean, I would certainly hope not. I would certainly hope not. My hope is that we're able to resolve this as quickly as possible. I'm ready to negotiate. Bernie's ready to negotiate. I mean, we are all open and ready to.
Is anyone actually negotiating?
Bernie and
right
AOC are the only people running this
Let
country.
me reiterate one point. Republicans aren't in town. How do you negotiate with people who refuse even to show up to do their job? They're on vacation for what?
Yes. House Republicans have been on vacation for.
But the Republican senators are here, and House Speaker Mike Johnson, we've had him
A
on. He
month?
said, we've done our job. We passed the Clean CR in the House. It's now up to the Senate to make these negotiations.
They need to pick up a phone, Caitlin. They need to pick up a phone. They're saying that they're doing all this work. They are twiddling their thumbs and talking to each other. It is actually an unconscionable abdication and refusal to work. They refuse. I've never seen people who hate working so much in my life. I mean, genuinely, they won't even pick up the phone. They won't. if
Yeah.
I were Mike Johnson, you should be in that office negotiating with
That's
Hakeem
not
Jeffries
good either.
every damn day until we reopen this government. And any day that you don't do that is a failure. It is a failure. And until there is accountability for people who refuse to work, then we're going to continue to be in this cycle. So, you know, in the Senate, the Senate Majority Leader is John Thune. He should be negotiating with Chuck Schumer. President Trump should be having congressional leaders in the White House. Do you see that every day? No, you don't, because they're playing golf and they're going to Mar-a-Lago, and the House and Republicans in the House have been on vacation for weeks now. We are here in Washington, D.C. We are ready to work. We are ready to strike a deal. We're not here to just be my way and the highway about everything. But what we're also not going to accept is the complete collapse of the American healthcare system, so that just because the Republican Party has decided to take 1 million federal workers hostage.
Can I ask you on that, because you before have said a government shutdown is like hostage taking when it comes to paychecks, because you came into office actually during a government shutdown, the longest in U.S. history. So what would you say to Republicans who say you're doing the hostage taking this time?
Autopilot jumping. Once again, pick up the phone. They need to pick up the phone. And it's not hostage taking if they refuse to clock in, right? We're all clocked in. We're all clocked in to do the job. They're not even here.
No.
They're not even here. And so it's not hostage taking as much as the fact that they refuse to show up and do the job.
Once again, the law is in the Senate. They need 60 votes. They don't have 60 votes. They've got 53, or maybe 52. That means you have to sit down and talk to the other side. It is not complicated.
Please talk to the other side, you idiot.
Each side is saying that no one's talking. And speaking of what's happening in the Senate, Senator Sanders, this next question is for you. It's from Rohan Naval, who is joining us here tonight. Thank you so much for being here. He said he's a Republican student at American University, and that you intern for the conservative group Americans for Tax Reform. What's your question?
Yes, thank you for your time, Senator. How do you think this shutdown reflects on Chuck Schumer's leadership?
Well, I think it reflects more on Mike Johnson's leadership and President Trump's leadership. This is a leadership which said it's okay to give well, how do you feel? You tell me. Think it's a good idea to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the richest people in the country and then make massive cuts to healthcare for working class people?
I think Chuck Schumer has voted for continuing resolutions 13 times in the last 4 years, and he has the opportunity to vote for one again, but he's refusing to come to the table.
I think, look, as I have said, there are 53 Republicans in the Senate, correct?
Yeah.
They need 60. What does that mean? It means you have to talk to the other side.
Yeah, and they
Mike
won't.
Johnson is not talking. John Thune is not talking. President Trump is not talking. That is the problem.
Well, they say their position is reopen the government and then we'll talk.
But
Who changes their strategy first? Who's going to blink first, I think, is a question a lot of people have.
Well, I certainly hope this is not a game. I mean, a lot of lives are at stake in terms of our federal employees who are hurt, in terms of tens of millions of people who are going to suffer from these healthcare proposals. So I hope the Republicans do the right thing. Come to the damn table and talk.
Can I ask you, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, on that? Because we actually heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson today on Chuck Schumer. He said he's supporting the shutdown to prevent a primary challenge from his left wing. Do you think that's what's driving Senator Schumer here?
No, absolutely not. It's such an insane suggestion. And in fact, it speaks to how desperate they are. This claim has been, Mike Johnson's been saying this, John Thune's been saying this. They are saying this because they are refusing to do their job. They're grasping for straws. They're trying to make this about political tabloids and political intrigue and horse races, exactly the kinds of things that people are sick of in this country. We're sick of it. We're sick of talking about these horse races, and we're sick of leaders who only want to spend their time talking about that instead of talking about real issues that affect our lives. Instead of talking about healthcare, instead of talking about wages, instead of talking about having air that's drinkable, air that's breathable, and water that's drinkable. And it is honestly astonishing to me that the Speaker of the House would waste his time on something so inane and silly instead of actually worrying about his own constituents who are suffering at the hands of his leadership.
But are you saying that Senator Schumer should not be worried about a primary challenge from you?
I mean,
All right.
no.
Let me jump in on this one. This is, see,
This is what we're
Caitlin,
talking about.
that's exactly what we're talking
This is what
You
we're
have a
talking
country that is falling apart. We had a housing crisis, a healthcare crisis, an education crisis, massive income and wealth inequality, a corrupt campaign finance system, and the media says, "Oh, you're going to run? What are you going to run for?" Nobody cares. So one more time.
Nobody cares. It's the House Speaker and President Trump and the Vice President saying it.
Pardon?
Of course, they're saying it to deflect attention away from the real issue.
Exactly.
And here, let me tell you what the real issue is.
Warping to Stargate.
MY14. Hells yeah, Rep AOC.
Healthcare crisis, an education crisis, massive income and wealth inequality, a corrupt campaign finance system, and the media says, "Oh, you're going to run? What are you going to run for?" Nobody cares. So one more time.
Nobody cares. It's the House Speaker and President Trump and the Vice President saying it.
Right.
Pardon?
Of course, they're saying it to deflect attention away from the real issue.
Exactly.
And here, let me tell you what the real issue is. Let's see if CNN talks about it. We're living in the richest country in the history of the world, right?
Approaching Stargate.
All right, you tell me why we're the only nation not to guarantee health care to all people, the only nation not to guarantee paid family and medical leave, why we have a $7.25 an hour minimum wage, why we have 800,000 people sleeping out on the street, why we have a president who denies the reality of climate change,
Autopilot.
why we have
jumping.
oligarchs on top who have more and more power every day. Let's talk about that issue, not her own political future. She'll decide that.
On that note, Senator Sanders, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, we have many more questions coming up. We'll be right back from our CNN Town Hall right after this. Welcome back to our CNN Town Hall with Senator Bernie Sanders and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Senator, I'd like to ask you about some breaking news that happened today and what we had heard from the White House. The president confirmed that there are CIA actions happening in Venezuela. We've seen multiple strikes happening on what they allege are drug boats out in open waters. Are you worried about this escalating further from here?
Well, I am worried again about the president acting in an unconstitutional way. Constitution is pretty clear. You want to go to war, you got to go to Congress. You got to need authority from Congress. Think about what kind of world we live in. If just governments are busy bombing and attacking other countries at will. So that concerns me very much. So yeah, I am concerned about it.
And his argument is he's saving lives because he's alleging that they're
Good, they come to the Congress and explain to us why you are doing that. And if it makes sense, you'll get support.
Okay, so you're not saying you're against it. You're just saying you'd like
I
to have
am
them.
saying that the president is acting unilaterally in violation of the Constitution. That's a pretty big deal.
And Representative Ocasio-Cortez, another question tonight when it comes to how the shutdown is playing out here in Washington. I want to bring in Jill Ireland, who is a Democrat who works in insurance. She's from Santa Barbara, California, and her question is appearing via video tonight.
Hello. My question is, do you think that taxpayers should be paying for the medical care of immigrants that are in the country illegally? Thank you.
Well, we already know, and this is a common lie that Republicans have been repeating, that this shutdown is about Democrats trying to provide health care to the undocumented. And we already know that it is federal law and federal statute that undocumented people cannot be covered by the ACA. They cannot be covered by Medicaid. They cannot be covered by Medicare, period. That is the law of the land. There are plenty of federal laws on the books. Now, the vice president has been trafficking this other misconception, saying that the emergency Medicaid program is providing health care to undocumented people. That too is complete, just, I don't even know, whole cloth storytelling, we should say. The truth of the matter is that we have a federal law, as it should be, that any person who walks into a hospital in desperate need of medical attention receives that medical attention regardless of their insurance status and regardless of who they are. And I don't know about you, but me as a human being, I don't want to live in a world where if a human being is struck by a car or is getting rushed into a hospital, that the people in the ER surgical room are asking for your insurance information or asking for documents before they save your life.
But can I ask you on this to follow up? Because you said that it is federal law that people, undocumented immigrants, can't get Medicare, Medicaid, the Obamacare subsidies. Do you believe that should be the law, though? Or do you think undocumented immigrants should have access to federally funded healthcare?
I believe personally that healthcare is a human right. I believe that every person should be able to go to the doctor. But I believe that right now, federal law is the federal law. And that absolutely, that U.S. citizens and people who pay into our programs deserve to be covered by these programs. And I mean, once again, I do believe that the federal laws that we have on the books are appropriate.
But
are
if
the
you
right
could
ones
choose,
to do.
do you believe that should be changed?
Pardon?
If you could choose, do you believe that the federal law should be changed?
I believe in a single payer healthcare system where if you go in and you need a doctor, you can get the medical attention that you need.
Okay, let me just make a point here. Do you know what demagogues like Trump always do? Instead of addressing the real crises facing our country, why are we the only major country not to guarantee health care while spending twice as much per person? We're spending $14,500. It's a good debate, right? Let's have that debate. You hearing Trump talking about that? No.
No.
Why are we having a high housing crisis when millions of people are spending 40-50% of their limited? Let's discuss that. You know what demagogues do, guys? What they do is they find a powerless minority. In Europe during the 30s, it was the Jews. Then it's the Gypsies. In America, it's historically been black people. It's been gay people. It's been Latino people. You name your pick. You got a powerless minority. Let's blame them for everything.
True.
Yep.
But you know what they don't blame? Somehow or another, they don't blame the billionaires who run the country. Because those guys finance their campaigns. They're trying to divide us up. And what we have got to do is understand we are the majority. Most Americans think healthcare is a right. Most Americans think we should have a minimum wage, which is a living wage. Most Americans don't believe we should give tax breaks to billionaires and cut back on education. Let's bring our people together, not fall for the demagoguery of Trump and his friends.
And by the way, this is not the first time that Republicans and the administration does things like this. We have something on the books known as the Hyde Amendment, which prevents women in this country from being able to access reproductive health care services and abortion care services if they are on Medicaid or if they have any federally subsidized health care. And so targeting minorities, targeting vulnerable populations, making healthcare controversial in this country is exactly how they keep us fighting and distracted. These policy debates are more than substantive, merited. We can have these conversations as we have, but let's not trick ourselves into thinking that they somehow are fighting for every American to have healthcare, to improving healthcare, to expanding healthcare, when what they're far more interested in doing is protecting the insurance companies' profit margins that are forcing you to pay more money.
This is the closest game I've ever played to Cement. It reminds me a lot of Cement, kind of. You don't really, like Cement would play out for 5 or 6 hours. Sometimes you're just like, wow, I did all this weird tactical stuff with ants, and you're just like, why ants? It's kind of weird. This game is like the modern Cement, and I'm gonna play a lot of it. I used to play a lot of a sim, but just a very, very, very high standards when it comes to sims, and they just don't make them good usually. But this game's a good sim. It's like probably the best one, I think, honestly. I really realized that the Freedom of Starfield was actually in X4 already. Like what they wanted Starfield to be. I'm understanding now that thousands of planets is good enough. Like, what did they say it was? It was like 9,000 planets, over 9,000 or whatever. But yeah, it's like there's like over 9,000 or something. And I think that is good enough. It's good enough. I think I'll fast jump the rest of this. No, I'm probably fine. probably fine. I doubt I have any
Moving to
problems,
Stargate.
honestly.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so I didn't want to run out there to the Morningdale one because it's too far. There's a fast one. Let's do that.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh, did it end as I got there? No. Yes.
Moving to Stargate.
No.
Warp
It's
drive
starting.
active.
Oh, it's over. No, it's ending. Damn it. So annoying. Oh, I'm out of stuff. I forgot about that. I'm out of what's it called? I better go get some. Maybe I have some. Where's that stuff? It's like. Hey, where's that? Is it like Arcana?
Approaching Stargate.
I'll have to buy a couple of vials of Azoth, which is never a cheap endeavor, ever.
For less care.
Can I ask on that? Because Speaker Johnson said something to the effect the other day that Republicans are actually the party that wants to fix healthcare by addressing issues with it, as he says they did in the One Big Beautiful Bill. What would you say to that?
Excuse me, did he really say that?
Yeah, he did.
They're trying to fix healthcare by throwing 15 million
says
people off of it
They're being
and
more
doubling
serious
premiums.
about it than
Is that
ever.
how they fix
Moving to
healthcare?
Stargate.
That's a kind of
Warp
strange way to
drive
fix healthcare.
active.
Look, here's the point. The United States, richest country on earth, only country not to guarantee healthcare to all people. You go up to Canada, is their system perfect? No. You have a serious operation, you're in the hospital for a month. You know what your bill is when you get out? Zero. They spend half as much as we do per capita. So you got a healthcare system which is a disaster, except for one thing. Here's the good news. Drug companies last year charging us the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, made over $100 billion in profit. Insurance companies make tens of millions of dollars. They pay their CEOs $20-30 million a year. The function of the American healthcare system, and Mr. Johnson is not going to address it. The function of this system is to guarantee huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. They could care less about the needs of ordinary people.
Well, and I know you and I have discussed before, there are areas with the president lowering drug prices where you agree with some of the steps that they're taking, or at least trying to take. But on this front, I want to get back to the question. So we have another one for you, Representative. This is from Nevin Scalco, who is here tonight from Haynesville, Illinois, who works in medical sales. He says he voted Republican for the first time in 2024. Thank you for being here. What's your question?
One reason Americans are losing faith in government is that neither side seems willing to acknowledge when the other gets something right. It feels like any success from the opposing party must automatically be discredited. Don't Democrats risk alienating voters by refusing to give credit, even to Trump, when a policy or action genuinely benefits the country? Isn't part of restoring trust in leadership being honest enough to say, yes, that worked?
Yeah, well, I think we're more than willing to be able to come together in the things that are most important to us. I work regularly with Republicans in the House, and I applaud when we're able to pursue work together. I'll give you one example. Towards the end of last year, Republicans and Democrats.
Oh, I did have some. Oops.
Both championed something known
Now I've got
as
2,000. That's good.
PBM reform, pharmacy benefit manager reform. This is a middleman in our prescription drugs that the insurers use and lots of other folks use to jack up the price of your prescriptions. And we Republicans have been going after PBM reform. In fact, I spoke with the chairman of one of the committees, and he said, "I want to go AOC on PBMs." There is possibility for us to work with one another. President Trump, in fact, had endorsed it at the end of December. And I am fully in support of this effort to make sure that we reform PBMs. Now, politics did get in the way. This was at the end of last year. Elon Musk sent a tweet. We had it ready to go. And this was going to change the lives of millions of people and small businesses across the United States, small neighborhood pharmacists. And what we saw was that Elon Musk sent a tweet. Donald Trump agreed with it. House Republicans agreed with it. Senate Republicans agreed with it. I was more than happy to champion this because it's the right thing to do. And that's what should come first. Now, a tweet made it go all the way, kind of can the whole thing. But should President Trump revive this? Should House Republicans revive this? I would be more than happy, effusive, as I have been in the past, about the ability to call a win, because it's not about whether it's a win for Republicans or a win for Democrats. It's about whether it's a win for people.
And actually on that front, I don't think I've seen you say anything publicly, maybe I'm wrong, about the ceasefire. Do you believe President Trump deserves credit for that?
Well, I find there have been several ceasefire announcements and developments that have happened over the past 2 years. I think that the release of the hostages is a tremendous accomplishment, and it is providing so much healing to so many people, Israelis and Palestinians, and it is a profound and important element in this conflict. I also think that as President Trump was on the plane back to the United States, there's already indications and questions about whether this ceasefire will hold. And I pray that it does for everyone's benefit. I pray that it does. But I do believe we need to see if it holds. I don't believe that there's been a history of fidelity to these agreements. And so I think we have to ensure that we will see the terms held.
But do you give him credit? Do you give him credit though for getting to this point where it did get those 20 hostages back in with their families?
In this particular development, yes, but we also know that President Trump was an obstacle to peace previously as well.
I get it. To be honest with you, I get a little bit annoyed when everyone's talking about credit. Let's take a
That's right.
hard look at what's going on.
Why do you get annoyed by
I'll
that?
tell you what. Gaza has a population of 2.2 million people. In the last 2 years, 160,000 people have been wounded, mostly women, children, and adults. 65,000 people have been killed, women, children, and the elderly, predominantly. That is 10% of the population of Gaza. In America, you know what that would mean? 33 million people dead or a disaster, a genocide. The entire infrastructure of Gaza, hospitals, schools, water systems, wastewater tanks, have been destroyed. Under Trump, supporting, and by the way, what bothers me as an American, we have given under Biden and under Trump $22 billion to Netanyahu's extremist government, which for the last month or two have been starving children. That has been their policy.
That's right.
So, Caitlin, when you talk about are we overjoyed that the hostages are back, the prisoners are released, that finally there is peace, hopefully it lasts? Yes, absolutely. But I think this is not a time for credit. This is a time to think about American policy. Are we happy that we have given tens of billions of dollars to destroy the Palestinian people? Israel had a right to defend itself. They were attacked by a terrorist group. They did not have a right to go to an all-out war against women and children in Gaza.
And moreover, on this issue as well, is that we may have an announcement around a ceasefire, but Gaza has been flattened. Tens of thousands of people are dead. Universities gone. Hospitals eliminated. With American-made bombs. With our tax dollars. While you and me and our families can't even afford to put food on the table. And so I welcome the cessation of these bombs dropping in Gaza, but I don't, it the devastation of everything that we have endured up until this point is not something that I think we should celebrate. The United States played a role in all of this destruction to begin with by enabling Benjamin Netanyahu in dropping all of these bombs, by refusing to enforce our own American laws and the Leahy laws on the books, which says that we cannot be transferring weapons to forces that are engaged in gross human rights violations. And we look the other way because we deem them an ally.
And you're saying that's not something that you're a criticism that you're just applying to President Trump in terms
No,
of support.
President Biden did it.
obviously
President
did not.
Biden did it, and I have absolutely said that to him in person as well. Bernie and I.
We spent a long time with President Biden trying to make the case.
I've given President Biden hell about this, and President Trump has absolutely been part of this problem as well. In fact, he was bragging publicly about Benjamin Netanyahu ringing him up and asking for all these kinds of bombs that he doesn't even know the United States has, and him signing off on it.
Can I ask you just to finish on this, Senator Sanders, though? But President Trump might look at this and say, well, we
I
had
love
an
AOC.
agreement.
She's
It
got
was
my
my
vote.
negotiators who got Hamas to the table and Israel to the table and had Egypt and the Qataris help broker this. And he says, well, at least there's no fighting now.
Look,
because
again,
he wanted to bring
I
this
think
war to an
every sane person, and certainly the people in Gaza and Israel, are delighted with the ceasefire. We hope it holds. The United States essentially fund this war. If I am funding you, all I got to do is say, hey, Benjamin, guess what? You end this war right now. No more money, no more bombs, no more other military support. In other words, the United States has been from day one, under Biden, under Trump, in the driver's seat.
We've got more questions from our audience here tonight. Representative, this one's for you, actually. And thank you so much for being here. This is Justin Hogue, who is a student at Howard University and also a member of the College Democrats from Burlington Township, New Jersey. Thank you for being here. What's your question for the representative?
Thank you. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, you endorsed Zohran Mamdani in the New York City mayoral race, but several prominent Democrats, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, have not yet endorsed
Get my
him.
blanket.
What do you believe this says about the current divide between the progressive and establishment wings of the Democratic Party? And what effect do you think this has on party unity?
Well, I mean, I have stated this for quite some time, which is that Democrats have primaries for a reason. We may have our differences amongst one another within the party. Some may be more conservative, some may be more liberal, or any other number of differences. That's what we have primaries for. I believe in endorsing the nominee of the party after a primary has resolved itself. And the reason I say that is because I worry that when we don't follow that principle, in fact, it is most important to follow that principle when the winner of the primary is not someone we agree with. You know, I endorsed Bernie in 2020 when he ran against President Biden. President Biden won that nomination. And we all had to come together and do the work of supporting our party's nominee in order to make sure that we win. And so I do worry about the example it sets when our leaders do not support the party nominee, because in the future, we will need folks to rally behind the presidential nominee. And if that nominee is more moderate, or if that nominee is more progressive, and we're setting the precedent of not endorsing the nominee unless we agree with them, I worry about what example that sets. And so I have made myself very clear about that. But my hope is that it's never too late to do the right thing. And election day is just a month away, just 3 weeks away. And so
it sounds like you're calling on Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer to endorse their own.
I believe that I do believe in endorsing the nominee, and I think it's the right thing to do.
Well,
Senator Sanders, you
let
agree?
me just add to that. She's much nicer than nicer. Look, take a look. You got a Democratic Party. It's no great secret that it's kind of in the doldrums right now. Everybody acknowledges that. You got a candidate in New York City, Zohran Mamdani. Guy's running an extraordinary campaign. He has something like 80,000 volunteers knocking on doors. He is bringing people out who never voted. He is bringing blacks and whites and Latinos and Asians, everybody together around a really strong agenda talking about affordability in New York. What is not to like? This should be the kind of candidate the Democrats want in every state in the country. Strong grassroots campaigns, a willingness to take on the oligarchs and the big money interests, stand up for working class people. So really, that's a great question, but it's very deep because it talks about the future of the Democratic Party.
But are you speaking directly to Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer when you deliver that message?
Sure I am. Hakeem, you watching this? I don't know. But look, it is two things. Of course, Alexander is right. He's the Democratic nominee. How do you not support the Democratic guy? But more importantly, he's a great candidate. He should be the model. What we want, we got to look for politics. People are giving up on the politics. He's getting people excited, getting them involved. I would like to see that take place in 50 states.
On that front, we have another question here from Sardana, is a software engineer from Alexandria, Virginia, and you're a volunteer for Democratic campaign. What's your question for Senator Sanders?
Hi. On the issue of healthcare, a lot of the clinics and hospitals that are negatively affected the most under the One Big Beautiful Bill are located in rural, mostly Republican areas. A lot of the increases in Affordable Care Act premiums that Democrats are concentrated in more rural Republican areas. If the Republicans are so insistent on sticking it to their own voters on this issue, why don't the Democrats just let them?
I think I'll take your question. And that is, one of the things that this really annoys me about Trump is dividing this country. Why would I not? When we get to vote in Idaho, right? Most conservative state in America. We have many thousands of people coming out. We are Americans. But you think I would feel okay if somebody in a Republican state died because they couldn't get health care?
And I think it also speaks to a big difference between someone like Trump and someone like me or someone like Bernie, which is that Trump believes that if you don't vote for him, he doesn't have to be your leader. That if you didn't vote for him, that you don't deserve good things to happen to you. I don't care if someone voted for me or not. I don't care if someone is a Republican or an independent or a Democrat. I don't care if someone likes me or not. That will never change the fact that I'm going to fight for them to have health care. I want MAGA to have health care. I want MAGA to be paid a living wage. But he doesn't want people who are Democrats, or he doesn't want people based on their political affiliation to benefit. And that is the difference between a strongman and an authoritarian and a leader of a democracy.
Can I just ask you quickly, though? The president, typically the military wouldn't get paid during a government shutdown, and a program that helps low-income women, moms, and babies, the president has ensured that those two get funded during this government shutdown. Do you support that?
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. And House Democrats also introduced legislation to make sure that they are paid as well.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Sanders, a few more questions for you. Stick with us. We're going to be right back after a quick break. And we are back with Senator Bernie Sanders and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We have a final question from our audience tonight. Representative, I'll start with you. We've got Christopher Lindsay here, who's a Republican from Pingree Grove, Illinois. Who
Gotta
works for
pee,
United
guys. I'll
Airlines.
be right back.
Go ahead with your question.
Just fixing my heater.
Good evening, Senator Sanders, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. It's a privilege and an honor to be speaking to you two tonight in beautiful Washington, D.C. My question to the both of you is, what can Congress do to stop pointing a finger at each other, work together, and listen to the words of Abraham Lincoln? A house divided cannot stand.
Well, I mean, I can't thank you enough for invoking that quote in this moment, because I think when we zoom out and and look at the degree of political polarization that we're all experiencing, I don't think any one of us likes it. I don't think any one of us enjoys that we're at a point where friends feel like their relationships are in tension, that family feels like they're in relationship in tension, that it feels like you can't say some of those basic things without it turning into a fight. It's not good for our country. And I think we have to lead by example. I think it's important for us to lead with what we think can work and the areas that we are able to find common ground and to uplift that common ground. I gave some examples earlier today. Bernie has also a tremendous bipartisan record, believe it or not, in the House and in the Senate. But that's often not what we hear about. Congress passes bills, actually, every day, believe it or not, that are bipartisan in nature. And we never hear about the actual common ground that we have and the successes that we have in that. And I actually do believe that if we charge forward with that a little bit more, last year I spent a lot of work doing preventing sexually exploited material generated by AI and protecting women and children. And I was happy to have enjoyed bipartisan support on that. But we often hear first about the things that divide us, and we rarely hear about the things that have actually united us. And so I do believe we should be leading by example. And when we have these moments of stark contrast, that we also are clear about the principles upon which our disagreements happen. If I disagree with you, if I as a Democrat disagree with you as a Republican, I'm not going to question your motive. I'm not going to question your allegiance to this country. I'm not going to question your intent and your care. And I believe that when we devolve into that is when we are actually stoking division in our country. When we call those who disagree with us un-American, that is what is un-American. And I could not advocate more for the fact of sticking to the facts about things, respecting and honoring the intentions and motives of our fellow Americans, and also trying to elevate and find the areas that we do have common ground and agreement.
I think Alexander said it very well. I mean, I would just add as an example. This Saturday, millions of people are going to come out on No Key Business. Maybe more people coming out than any time in American history. Speaker Johnson said this is a hate America rally because people are coming out expressing their concerns about massive cuts to health care and the movement toward authoritarian. Out of here. It's lovely. But the point is, instead of attacking each other in that way, in my view, what we got to do is lay the issues out on the table. We got a healthcare crisis, do we not, friends? All right. We're the only country not to guarantee healthcare at all. How do we move to a healthcare system that guarantees healthcare for human right? Make sense to you? 70, 80 years ago in this country, if you went to a public college or university, you know what your tuition was? Zero. You get all of this increased workforce productivity, all of the technology. People can't afford their kids, afford to send their kids to college. They can't afford childcare. People are paying outrageous costs in housing. How do we build the millions of units of affordable middle-income housing that we desperately need? How do we save the planet for our kids and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel? You know that millions of senior citizens in this country are trying to get by on $15,000 a year less. They helped build this country. They fought for our country. They're in nursing homes, which are horrible places right now because they're underfunded, understaffed. We are the richest country in the history of the world. How do we provide a good quality life? Should we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation? Highest rate of senior poverty? Those are the issues. You disagree with me? Fine. Got a better idea than mine? Great. Let's go forward. Let's discuss those issues. Let's not attack each other personally, that we're un-American, that we hate America. That's nonsense. that just divides us. Let's come together. Let's discuss the real issues. Let us create the kind of extraordinary country that we know we can create.
On that note, Senator Sanders, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, thank you both for being here tonight. Thank you to our audience and for your excellent questions. We really appreciate them tonight. Thank you all for joining in. Newsnight with Abby Phillip starts now.
It was pretty good. I liked it. Yeah, it was like gave me hope. You know, it's good to hear them like talk hope. You know. Trevor Noah. Charlie broke YouTube yesterday. $31 active, not bad. I keep getting income if I keep working. I won 2 of these horse salvages for 120 million or something. Now somebody's in here, but he's not after me apparently. So, horsecock money bags. No, I'm just going to. Oh, it's a friendly. Can you please help against the worm, the large advanced one? Okay.
Warp drive active.
Okay, warping.
Warp drive active.
Worm versus Moa. Fuck, I don't know. I want to see Horsecock's health. I'm gonna I don't know, man. I'm doing my best. He keeps like getting in and out. He ran from me faster. I could leave this fight, but I mean, I'm just trying to get on him. He like ran. He running from me. Just trying to crack him, you know?
Web drive active. Web drive active.
We just ganged up against this fucking dude. This fucking dude. I want my cap and then I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna cap. Yeah, I'm gonna cap in like 45 seconds. He won't be able to come to me probably that
To give
fast.
the command to a drone requires you to have.
He won't really know where I'm at. I'm gonna cap this out. I'm gonna kill this thing.
To a drone requires you to have an active target.
That was interesting. That was a great little faction warfare thing. I went and helped somebody like escape and stuff. Okay, I came back to throw stuff in the pool. Oh, do you get rep wherever it is you do this? I bet you probably do, huh? So go, okay, no wonder, shit, I should probably fast travel, huh? I'm gonna go turn in these things in CK. I think it gives you rep there. I didn't realize I should have. Yeah, in 40 seconds I'm gonna cap, and this guy Tiberius Mars, he made an attempt against this other guy Moa. And now I'm 30 seconds from cap. He probably doesn't know that. And he might even be outside sitting and waiting. Let's see. No, he's not there yet. So I'm gonna cap this. I'm gonna be able to dock up, and nobody died, which is like you know, that's the best outcome. That's the outcome that I hope for. Is nobody dies. You know, that's the outcome. That's the outcome that I hope for. If somebody has to die, then okay. I hope it's my enemy. But you know, if it doesn't have to be, if it doesn't have to be, then you know, eh. And there's my points, 22,500. I helped my fellow Caldari. Okay, and then we go into transstellar storage here. And I'm safe, and I capped a site. It's hot in this zone right now, but I like this zone, so I'm just gonna move in and fuck it. If I have to sit there for half an hour, or I don't know, maybe I'll wait till dinner or something. But I'll come back in a couple hours, try some more. But I mean, yeah, I like faction warfare. I don't mind sitting there. What else? The fuck else am I doing? I could do some Proj Discovery while I wait or whatever. Yeah, like who cares, right? Yeah, like I don't really care. Like shove it over a little bit so I can see, and then move it up. Yeah, like that.
Docking permission
Wish I could
requested.
still turn this in, but I can't. It's like so annoying. It's like there. That's the best I can do.
Docking request accepted.
I'm kind of becoming cynical where I'm like, well, there's the blob. I mean, it's a big giant blob of particles there. Is that it? Damn it, did I lose my thing because of that? Bring it back. I mean, that sucks, doesn't it? It kind of does. I think there is supposed to be like two things here. Or no, there was I mean, you could say there was like 3 COVID organisms coming in there, maybe, yeah. But I mean, the game itself isn't gonna find me. It was just faster to do that. I hate connecting the last dot. It's like it's the thing that makes it so slow. Yeah, fuck it. Now I feel productive. I made 200K sitting here. I made like 200K, and I like running Hyper Night and stuff. I don't care if I sit in a fucking station. I don't care, especially that guy who made an attempt on me. He almost killed me. Yeah, I either try to like get him so he could peel out, back up, fucking fuck him. I'll try to capture his ass. A Drake came in. That was funny. He probably doesn't like me now. He's like, well, this fucking Tristan fucked with me. And I was like, yes, I will come. No problem. 2 mil for something. I don't know. 2 mil for something. Don't know. Wellsies. So that was fun, and now I've already paid for this Tristan. I think it's like pretty much a mill to mill. So yeah, like 22 million LP is like the Tristan, and 8 more. And if I get any more, it's profit. All profit. And sometimes I go 5 or 10 in a row. So it's like those times are when all the other ship thefts don't matter, because it all adds up to like 5 billion ISK. And I'm getting there too. I'm doing good. So yeah, as soon as he leaves, fuck him. We're going back out. F him. I'm going back out. If he leaves, I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck that. What? We Caldari banded together, Caldari fish. What? Band together, Caldari fish. Fuck it, he's trying to kill my friend. I'll fuck him and his stupid ass fucking Galente ass. Let's go screw him. Fuck that guy. Anyway, so yeah, now I'm gonna go cap the other small, I guess, or whatever.
Warp drive active.
I love this game. That was some real EVE Online, like submarine PvP right there. I'm playing better than I ever have. I used to choke up with that shit, but now I'm just like, no, point the drones, hit orbit at 20, keep a range. If he escapes, he escapes. I'm not really too worried. I wasn't really too worried about killing him. Mainly, yeah, you stepped with your ship. You're fine. Oh, wait, is somebody in here? No. We're good. So... okay, let's pay attention to the events. Where's the event currently? There, that's not too bad. I don't like this one that much, but yeah, I'm gonna go to that one, yeah. Okay, and do some more Halloween events. I like New World. It's feeling a little bit more fun as an MMO. There's somebody already in here. Oh. Oops. No, I don't want to jump on your thing. I have no intention of doing that. I will go back to the station dock.
Warp drive active.
I scanned the D-scan. Didn't get anything. Don't know what that was. Don't know why I didn't see a Zalgos. Whatever. I thought I D-scanned. I must just have hit the wrong button. Whatever. Oh, I'm not stepping on your site. No. Cool. I like this system though. Oh look, hey, HyperNet. Oh no, HyperNet offers are expiring, but that's all right. It's okay. I walked 5 miles today. I didn't even mention it because I also published a song. I'm doing so good and all the things. I'm doing all the good things. I can drink alcohol if I want to. I can smoke pot if I want to. I can, like, you know, play video games if I want to. I can be on my stream if I want to. I can publish music if I want to. I can be with my family, take care of my family if I want to. I made a trip to the dump today as well. I'm doing fucking great. I'm doing great as a person. I'm doing real good, you know. Doing real good, real good. Did it end? No, it didn't end, but it's like that way. Go. No, I must get there. Please let me help. Ah, no, get down. Go, 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 go. No, hit him, hit him. There we go. Yeah, now I'll get credit. Yeah. Easy boss, bitch. Coming late to the party. Yeah. Better late than never. All right, back to his house. I love having a house because I can just teleport. Dinner soon in about an hour. Wait for some sites to show up. I'll do some project discovery because there's, like, you know, I love the pacing of New World. There's no rush. I mean, I like in 3 days I almost hit cap. Whatever. I don't think most people move that fast. It's whatever. And I'm like kind of skipping the main storyline, just doing shit. Doing project discovery while you wait for, like, faction warfare is actually pretty good ISK. It's like pretty good ISK. Yeah, like 100,000 ISK for that is so good. It's like 5 clicks or whatever. Money's so much easier now than it used to be. I wish project discovery was around when the game first hit. I would have liked the game so much more. I'd have been like, oh, I can just play a little mini game and get money all the time. And it's like, yeah, you should make more. They should make more little mini games like this, and it'd be cool if it was like scientifically beneficial to mankind like this too. I don't know. Love project discovery. Okay, now we let like 10 minutes go by. Now, oh, look at the cute little painting I have by the door. It's beautiful. You can see like the paint details on it. You couldn't say this game isn't graphically fucking great. I love the graphics in this game. Look at all the autumnal stuff with the you know, Thanksgiving stuff, you know. Oh, yeah. I have so much more furnishing now. Oh man, I have so much furnishing just sitting there. I like that one. I kind of want to put that one down. Can we decorate and then can I like yeah, can I like pick up yeah, I want to pick up some of this stuff. Their housing system is good. They should just bring it out to a zone and make it offensive. Like, oh, I built my house out in this zone, and all it is like a little spawn point, right? You come to the spawn point, it's like it shows your house like this, and like anywhere in the world. They could evolve the game into something really good, but it might take it like another 5 years or something. They're gonna have to remain competitive, but it's like they need time. They need time to get there. I like that I'm in my house though. I'm starting to sort of get their vibe, which is like you live in the city with all the other folk, and they're like busy like running around and stuff. But you're like out on your yard. Like, you know, the music's good. I'm gonna turn it up. I like the music in this game quite a lot, and I don't have to rush. At least not during prime time. The Halloween boss is gonna run solid for like 5 hours. Yeah, and then you get this. I do get the cozy vibe they're doing. It's a lot cozier than I thought, you know. So now I've got a bit more room to do cool stuff. So let's make my house on this side look cooler. I didn't know I could do my wall. So we'll do like lights and stuff on the outside wall here. Oh, look, I can put them anywhere. I can put them on the wall, make my wall all super, like, lantern festive and stuff. Cool. Cool, I got to hang a bunch of lanterns on the backside of my house. It's cool to see all the people and stuff, like at least on expansion days before the pop drops down, before they get all bored. You know, it is fun. Oh, I'm gonna put my blanket on. Or, well, it got warm enough in here, I think. I'm gonna kill it. I just wanted to heat it up for a little bit. It got kind of chilly. I'm gonna start using my heater in waves. Yeah, and then just put the blanket on and not run the heater like all the time, just enough to warm up the house. I love the fuzzy of my blanket. It's so good. My little fuzzy blankets. It's so fuzzy and fuzzy. So fuzzy. So good. Okay, so what else? Going out there to that place. See if I can get a boss kill. Wow, it's like better with lossless, damn. Let's see if new sites went up. Yay, a scout popped.
Warp drive active.
And in this way, I remain safe and I get out here and I make billions, you know. Billions. Doing stuff that benefits my faction, whatever. I can sit on Caldari and stomp in faction warfare if I need to. All the people that keep calling me a miner, they're so fucking dumb. I do so much more PvP than them in every single way, both mass PvP. Both massive PvP, I've done more than them, as well as faction warfare, as well as null sec and PvP, and like, I just have done more PvP than these E people that look down on me and troll me on fucking Reddit or whatever. So dumb. Wow, this is way better with lossless, damn. Yeah, because the frame rates chug. I love lossless. I forgot like how much better it is with lossless, damn. It looks awesome with lossless. I like it way more. I should have been using it. I suppose you don't need lossless all the time because you lose latency, but like times like this when the frames are chugging, yeah, you have like no idea what's going on. Nice. Let's go pop cauldrons, going back home. Like, this is expensive, but it's fine. No, it's not expensive. 20 A's off is not bad. I just run out because of crafting. But yeah. So Dude, this is way better with lossless. Wow. This is how the game's supposed to look. Wow.
Warp drive active.
Galente war effort weekend, which means we're winning more as usual. Because I'm here. I love AFK faction warfare. It's such good money. I thought this place had music, but no, huh? It's like quiet inside here. I like the cloak on this one. Those look cool. Doesn't seem to be loading music very well. I love healing with Lossless. Wow. The game chugs way too bad even on GeForce Now. It's funny. Especially because I'm running an Ultra. But I mean, I like Ultra, like Lossless on Ultra. Game looks awesome. Look at it. I love public raids. I really do. I love public raids. They're like my favorite thing to do in MMOs, definitely. I have a house. I don't have to go anywhere. I don't have to run. Having a house is so awesome. Oh, I didn't pull out my Jones. Oops. My bad. Look, Lossless in this game makes this game so much better. Wow. Actually looks like a real game. Okay, where to next? On to one that I don't really want to go to, but that's alright. My remove UI key got removed. I'm not going to fix it now. F10. No, I want it on Z. There we go. I love this game now. It's like so good. Every time like it does more content, it just makes the game better. And I haven't even really like done much Elysian or any of the other content. I could just sort of slip into this game, but I mean, I intend to actually kind of for a couple of months anyways. Until Fallout 76 new expansion. God damn, it looks good with lossless, though, I gotta say. This game looks so good for a fucking MMO. It looks better than other MMOs, definitely better. Better. I hope I can connect where I'm going. I think I can. Yeah, you can usually connect. It's just like kind of a hassle for about 60 seconds because you have to get up the hill, but you can almost always connect. It's kind of interesting. There's the music. I was like, where's the music been? Oh no, is it over? No, it's not over, no. Oh. So if it's that high up, then I'm going to... I think I saw some... Oh no, yeah, it's just copper, but I think I do... Or iron. I do want to hit the iron, yeah. What's he at? Yeah, he's up for... He's up high, so... And there's no law saying, ooh, void metal. See, it was worth it. I got a void metal off that. That's a good drop. So there's no law saying that I can't do this. Like, I can't pick hemp while they do this. And I'm going to. Okay, here we go. I guess the music's been glitching. I love public raids. It's such an interesting thing to watch. You don't tell me this isn't cool. This is fucking cool. It's cooler than Rust. I love the rain here. And then it's gonna get all beautiful when it goes away. I love this effect. It's like shown clear. Game looks so good. Oh, I've had the micro warp drive on, so nothing's been happening. This guy came back again. You know, rather than tempt fate. Yeah, I think rather than tempt fate, I'll just leave.
Warp drive active. permission requested. Docking request accepted.
God, I love lossless. It makes games so much better. I don't see the boss. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. Like, this XP isn't amazing, but it is slowly getting me to 70. It's interesting. I just want, like, a full set and then go back and do the rest of the MSQ and finish up, because that'll level me pretty quick. Turkey. I wonder if I can get that mount. Well, yeah, it's just killing Turkulon. I definitely can. Is there a cool mount for this one? Is there a mount for the Halloween event? This looks way better in lossless. Chop them down, boys. With frame rate, you can actually get like menu functions done that take longer, and they cause you to reset and do again twice, 2-3 times. It's nice. I realize how much I should be using lossless. I should be using lossless on really intensive games like this. There's really no reason not to. And capping at 120 latency is not that bad. Latency feels good to me, like really genuinely good. Like, you know, with GeForce Now, it's good latency, yeah. Especially in town. I love the peaceful. I'm starting to get the vibe. I've not done this like recently. I've done it before, but it's just like, you know, it's cool. It's cool to return to it. I remember how much I used to like this. Like, come back to the thing. Like, you know, figure out where the next boss is. This is like Scorch Beast Queen over and over again, but it's, you know, but it's at least like really fast. It's like a good, genuinely fast way to get like your access to a lot of loot and a lot of cool like items and stuff. You don't usually go hard on holiday events like this, but you know, oops, wrong way. Somewhere along lines, I kind of like got into New World. I really look like New World now. Looks so cool. Something one-shot me, god damn. It's gonna be too long, huh? I should have taken the tent. I'm learning to take the tent. It's faster. That was him dying as I got there too late. No, wait, no, wait. Maybe I can make it. Oh, please, please, please. I got back in time, I think. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, I know, there we go. I'm gonna get that turkey mount this year. That'll be awesome. Although I like my white wolf. She was $25 in my statement that I like want to support New World, you know. Okay, this guy left. I thought he was scoping me. I'm gonna go out.
Drive active.
Damn, this game looks so awesome. Okay, it's the lossless. With lossless, this game looks so good. I am trying to go to the next boss fight. Ah. Can't tell if it's faster or not. I don't think it is.
Warp drive active.
He looks like he came back and he's like looking for me. It's so annoying.
Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I can't walk that by. I'd rather have the mats. Why won't you farm? Why won't you farm? Ugh. I'll just wait till the next boss if I'm too late. It's fine. I like this because it gets you out and farming these weird routes on the way to the boss, and I actually don't mind that. You know, I was using sets for farming, but I don't like switching out sets for farming. I think I might use the sets for weapons. And I think I want to close. I think I want to close this chapter of me using like farming gear. I think I'm just gonna delete all that because it's like switching gear is kind of annoying. I set it up to be a button press, but it's still not that good. I mean, it's good. It works. But I don't know. It screws around with your potions way too much. Some people are really, really into the game. They're like playing it. They're like 20 and they're trying to like be the best in the world. They want to equip sets. I don't care about that much. These guys got up somehow. How did they do it? There it is. I think. I don't know. There. Yep. Nope. Almost. Oh. I don't want to fall any further. I don't know. I don't think that's it. Or at least, I don't think so. Hey, I got it. Get to the boss in time. No, that was it. Go back. Go back. See, I'm not the only one who used the weird back route. It helps you learn the game. Fuck, they're leaving, huh? They're done. Oh well. I learned how annoying it was, and I learned something. It's fine. What? Whoa. What the fuck? I must have turned my thing on? Okay. Actually, that was actually a fast spawn. Nice. I guess I flagged up. I don't know. I didn't mean to flag up if I did. There we go. Well, fast ride, whatever. They should do these in Brimstone and all types of places, why don't they? Where's the Halloween boss? I'm gonna go turn in. Oh yeah, I was gonna turn in CK because I think it gives you rep. I'm gonna play a song in CK and then I'm gonna throw these things in the water. And I bet it gives you good rep. Actually, I didn't think about that, but I bet it does. So I am. They're running Merc, but I'm just trying to get like the Halloween stuff done. ECRs will always be there. So I am trying to go throw stuff in the well. And I'm going to throw stuff in the well, but first I need to play a song. I have 9 of them. I hope this gives me rep in CK. Let's see. I'm 28 in CK with 35-21. It didn't do anything. I don't need to come back here again then. I like the colors. Pretty. Okay, now I've got 9 crates to open. Something glitched. Okay, I have 100 tokens to spend on the vendor. Okay, so we've unlocked all of those. Possessed walk. Tremble in fear. I bought summoning circles, but I don't think I want them. This is a lamp. There's a throne. A crone visage. Necromancer's crown. These things are BOE, I guess. Oh no, they're BOPs. So you can buy as many of them as you want. So I bought one. Chiroptera's cowl. That's cool. These are masks that they're doing, which is cool. I'm down with that. And then chromatic seals, which is like a big time money item. And I want to stack these, I think. Balthazar's Crowl or whatever, yes. So now I'm out again. We'll come through and we'll buy these 4. And, yeah. And then, yeah. And, I think through the Halloween event, you can just completely gear up, I think. I don't know, the armor patterns. But, I have armor patterns, but I don't know what to do with them. Armor patterns, where are you? I don't know. I will buy tostones. Focus food. Or no, I guess it would be in food. Or no, it is focus food, yeah. They're expensive. But I mean, what else would I assume, you know? I can afford it, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use this spec for a while. So I have this, well, I mean, I don't know, the sets are cool, but I just don't want them changing the potions in any way or form. Or the jewelry or the armor or anything. Just the bonus, that's it. And that's a better way to look at it. And then I can fill the sets and constantly improve them. That's a better way to look at it. And I even have a keybind for it. So when I'm only chopping trees, I can switch to lumberjack, mining, harvesting. It is good, actually. It is good. I just need to keep these things out of it. This 6,000 water, it's from logging. I don't know. I would prefer to just sell the water, but it's gonna make it so I can't walk, so I can't pull it out just yet. I gotta actually get up to the fucking auction house here. So now we'll pull the water out because that's like money. Wait, what do you mean? Where did this 6,000 water go? Is it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Maybe it's glitched. No, there it is. Now I have it. $50 gold for that water. It is money. You know, it's not much money, but it is some money. Cut pristine diamonds for 40 gold. He wants 25 of them. Maybe I should sell, huh? Take 1,000 gold. Nope. Let's see if I can get full price. These guys like keep showing up. It's fucking annoying. I'm gonna go back to the site now though until an actual faction warfare guy shows. I think I should set into Everfall because I don't like returning to CK. It's annoying to drag the map down there and try and find it. I'm just gonna set to Everfall. Feels good to play some New World. It's quite fun. Now it's cheap. Oh, sorry, now it's free for me to teleport here. Okay, we're gonna. Oh, they're like going to Helio. Helio's good. We'll go to that. Helio's a good one. I'll go do that. love Hey Leo. Now there's like a suspect here, which is sus. But I mean, like, I don't know. It's faction warfare. I've gotten like money out here already. I can just take the risk. If they want to fight me, they can. But I like past the exit. Ah. Halio's a good one to catch because they clear the whole dungeon pretty fast, and then you just run in and loot like fucking 5 elite chests all within 10 seconds of each other, and there's no fight really. There's just you getting loot. So I like going to this one because they're just collecting loot boxes. That doesn't sound good. Oh no, it's a Fed Navy. Fuck, he caught me before I could do anything. I'm dead. Maybe I can kill him. I don't know. I fucking doubt it. No, he's like way close to me. Yeah, it was a good fight. I was like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care if he comes, whatever. Did you do it? Yeah, you did. Kepri has returned to dormant for the 9:05. I can't get in. It's like not letting me loot these boxes. There, it was like fucked up, I guess. They're like, did they kill the boss over there? It seems glitched that I couldn't get through the door. It was fucking dumb. But whatever, I'll chase them. This is the main event anyways. Nice. Rust harvesting charm, nice. I love trundling along in the wave, just looting. I don't even have to do anything. This one I don't know, this one I have to crack, I guess. I don't know if I have this symbol. That sucks. Oh, did he do the lid? Maybe I can get in now. Let's see. Nice. Just slip a slap. Two golden scarabs. Two golden scarabs for some reason. That's good money. Yeah, is this that whole place? I can't remember. I think it's like that.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm done with New World with today until probably like 11 or something because the queue's terrible. So, yeah, I'm gonna just, I'm just gonna play Mortal, probably Mortal. Maybe I'll be drunk, I don't know. But it's time to go to family dinner here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this.
Autopilot jumping.
I will stay in high sec. I don't know why we're standing here. Anyways, I can't fight it anyways. I'm gonna leave. So recall twin is cheap or free, I mean. Gotta go to family dinner now.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Well, this was a fun session, right on. You guys have been watching Skycatlive. I'm gonna pause the video here. Okay, guys, back. Sorry.
Notice how even in the gameplay of Valve trying to make their game look good and sell it, the rocket launcher is a piece of shit. Like, you will aim the crosshair, the red dot sight on something, and it will probably hit it in 3 to 7 business weeks, or it just won't hit it at all. Look at that. It curved around him, and then it did like a weird wanted thing where it just somehow reversed the polarity of the rocket and then hit him in the wrong direction. Useless fucking gun, genuinely. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You die. And then you just get G-Man face. Was that really the actual, like, biggest trailer for it? In retrospect, Half-Life is huge. It was, like, one of the biggest inspirations in my childhood and the kind of content I went down, but I cannot give that an S. Very mid trailer, honestly. The connotations, the nostalgia, S tier, but for like an actual trailer, I think it's a B. Nah, not a C. A C's too low. A C's like, it's bad. We got the Dead Rising beta trailer. So there is no nostalgia here on me for this one. I think this is when they used the old voice acting and stuff as well.
The day I came here was the worst day of my life.
It's not Frank's voice actor. It immediately sits in a D until I'm finished. I mean, I know this is meant to be a placeholder voice, but still, damn.
Oh, at least. That's what I thought. That was until I saw Corpse get up, walk, and kill.
Did they just show a woman
I'm gonna stir my dinner.
Corpse, get up, walk, and kill.
Okay, we're putting that up a rank because of that.
The dead getting up and walking? Zombies. I'm not nuts, though.
Zombies? What is this, like, cadence he's speaking in? It's like Mr. Beast accent.
If things go well, I may get my hands on a Pulitzer or something.
If things go well, I might get my hands on a Pulitzer or something.
It's not like you hear about too many zombie stories in the news these days.
Wait, they're dead and they're walking?
So I guess there are only 2 things left to do. Film everything I can
The game looks pretty identical. It's just obvious when they released the actual full version, they replaced the voice actor and they upgraded the graphics.
Come
Because
see me,
almost
kitty.
always the same. You always have those the white cop zombies,
All right, never
the
mind.
fat ones, and then you always have that black zombie guy with the yellow Hawaiian shirt, and he'd always have a knife on him. I mean, Frank looks absolutely grotesque. He looks like Ugly Steve. Actually, looks like Grotesque Steve. You know that Minecraft mod? I wouldn't even say it's that far off.
I went AFK in Galente space and they popped me.
Okay. I kind
Hey.
of like that. It took me down.
I'll pay
memory
attention
lane
to
a
you.
little
Yeah.
bit. Like, this would be a
Come here,
trailer
kitty.
you'd see when you bought one of those like magazines that had like the the demo discs on them. And all the
You're kind
trailers
of
and stuff.
aggressive, kitty.
Yeah, I feel that should go in a C. I mean, keep in mind as well that
If you
wasn't
scratch me,
the
you're
actual
gone.
Official trailer. That was like the first trailer. So that one can probably go in C. I think that's kind of a safe one. The Halo Landfall trailer. Oh wait, I remember this one. Okay, the Halo trailers, God, it just reminded you how good the series was before it completely fell off. Dude, Halo 3 was everything. You remember those like weird Easter eggs they put in the game as well? Like how you could find like a family of like monkeys and stuff. It's such a bizarre Easter egg. I think the only game I can think of, the only game franchise that's kept up with Halo Easter eggs is Dying Light. Dying Light must have like 50 Easter eggs in each game, especially in the Beast. I genuinely will never understand who let that in. Dude, like 90% of this is CG, but like when did this come out? That looks so competent. That looked like a TV show you would see today. 13 years ago. Damn, man. Like the warthogs on the right, obviously CG, and the video itself isn't 1080p, so it's a bit harder to discern.
If you scratch me, you're gone.
Dude, okay, I want to have an
If you
argument
scratch
right
me,
now.
you're
That's
gone.
the battle rifle, right? The 3-shot, right? I do not understand how anyone
If you
in
scratch
any
me, you're
Halo
gone.
game can defend the assault rifle. I don't get it. That little piss shooter starting gun, like the Magnum, cinema. The battle rifle, cinema. The only thing that came close was like the dual-wield SMGs in Halo 2, and they were also pretty bad, but they had a lot of ammo and they looked really cool. The DMR's better. Was that the Halo Reach single-shot one? That was disgustingly overpowered, that gun. That carried me through Legendary. I love this, man. It feels like a fan film, but it's actually got budget behind it. It's really good. Why does this look about as consistent as the actual Halo TV series? I think this is better. God, that series actually fell off though, man. I've really tried to get into that, but it fell off. Yeah, there was like an opening fight scene in the first episode of season 1 of the Halo TV show, because they do that a lot in shows, right? They need like a hook to kind of get you in. But yeah, that fight was just awful. It was like, oh, I need Master Chief to take off his mask every 5 seconds so everyone knows that he looks like Logan Paul's friend. Like, he actually looks like Logan Paul's friend. Hang on. That's what he looks like. And then you got Logan Paul's friend, Mike Malak, I think? Malch or something? He just looks the fucking same. It's the same guy. They don't even look the same. Cope. The craziest thing about this entire trailer is it's reminding me that the Xbox used to have games. It's funny because if you look at the trailer, all they're basically doing is just driving around like some paintball park or something. But from all the camera angles, and then you got those satellite dishes up there on the right. They're not real. That's CGI'd in. You've obviously got the what was it called, a ghost or a banshee up there. The explosions, but it's that mix where it's not overly relying on one thing. And also, old le good, new le bad.
Gonna stir my dinner.
Bungie had the Microsoft money. Yeah, it was their flagship series, right? I mean, they were dominating. What did other companies have, like Rayman Raving Rabbids? Okay. That brute does look dreadful. He looks like he's straight out of like one of those like Christian VHS films. You know what? That's the first nitpick I've had the entire video. A Marine could do that. A normal Marine? Dude, I remember playing Halo and the most they do is like you could steal a battle rifle off them, that's it. Or you'd like make a really unfair trade. Like, okay, here's my like assault rifle. Can I take your rocket launcher now? The camera shake helps with the CGI. Oh yeah, it's like the less you can see, the better it looks. Unlucky. All this without the help of Master Chief, by the way.
Target acquired.
Why do you guys do this weird milsim shit where you guys kiss missiles all day? You kiss missiles. Kissels to your missiles. Hi, kitty. You want my spot where my keyboard is? Yeah, you can have it. Wait, now I go to get down on my lap, kitty. Yes, get down there, kitty. You know what you can do while you're down there. Just kidding. If you scratch me, you're gone. Don't scratch me. Good kitty. You are a good kitty. You are.
Like right before he dropped in at the beginning of the third game.
Don't scratch me. Oh, you silly
Kill an
kitty.
elite brute though. That's not very accurate. I suppose it's like 2 rockets to kill one of those. The first was just break its shield. Yeah, that was peak though. That was really good. I would even argue S tier for that. Nah, you know what? The problem is I don't want to go through these trailers and just give A and S only to Halo. An S tier? Okay, sure. That was really good, to be fair. For a promotional trailer, that was really good. I mean, okay.
No,
Can I
it
meet
wasn't.
you guys halfway? The Bigfoot sightings weren't the best, so maybe we put it down to A. I think we're going to put it down to A. Right now, we got another Halo trailer. We know immediately this is going straight into S tier. It's peak. Imagine how long it took for them to make this.
When I first saw this trailer, it was Gary Jules, like it was a Gary Jules song, where like, which is like all I would see is the familiar faces, worn out faces, no. And I think it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of sad. The dreams of which we're dying are the best I've ever had. And that they played that song when Gears of War first launched, and I was like, man, that commercial, it got stuck in my head so much.
As well.
But they played a different song here. This is a completely different commercial. I remember this commercial, but they played Gary Jules.
Okay, don't say Action Man, idiot. You are watching absolute cinema right now.
Okay, I'm gonna eat my dinner. I'll be right back, kitty. I'm terribly sorry. I gotta get up. Yep, sorry.
I never understood what was happening there. Did they literally just get lasered so they're melting, or are they like drowning in bog? I think they're drowning in like bog or something. Me when I played my toys. Do you guys like ever stop being ironic for like 5 minutes? You are an asshole. Like one of the best trailers ever made, me when I played my toys. Such a good trailer though. Holy squeak. Okay, ban the guy saying, "Is this robot chicken?" Are you for real, man? Stop it! I am trying to sell cinema here, and it is just like bit after bit after bit. Every 1,000 jokes you guys have, one of them actually ends up being funny. Fair enough. GG. Yeah, that trailer's squeak. Such a good trailer. I don't care. Like, you say fucking robot chicken, that's an S tier.
Kitty.
That's an S tier.
Kitty.
Absolutely cinema trailer. Okay, what we got next? It's so strange. Chat, I need to know, you played Mass Effect 1, what was your squad loadout? If it was anything that wasn't Tally and Garrus, you are mentally ill and you need help. That was the only correct combination. Rex and Tally. I'm seeing loads of people say Rex and Tally. Rex and Garrus? Okay, so you just came out of the closet. Congratulations. I only know about this game from Kitty0706. Bruh. You're on about this Mass Defect video, aren't you? It's like, you know, you've got this really good Mass Effect series, and then he's like, oh, I only know it from the funny face videos.
What the heck are you doing?
This was actually my childhood, man, unironically.
We don't have time to deal with this idiot. Charge!
For the greater.
It's just non-stop bits. Also, rest in peace, Kitty, the goat.
Many decisions lie ahead. None of them easy.
Okay, that was a fucking zero trailer there. Okay, let's chalk that up as a teaser trailer.
Saving the galaxy from certain destruction? No. But I've had my share of adventures.
Early 2000s dialogue options. And you know what the best thing is? We thought it would have got better. And then Fallout 4 came out. Yes, no, sarcastic. Bye. Wasn't it really hard to keep Rex alive in that game because of like a side quest or something? Like the woman would just always shoot him. Unless you had like very high Paragon, I think.
A Spectre can't answer to anyone but the council.
This guy was in absolutely everything. Keith David. Like, he was Julius in Saints Row. He was the Arbiter in Halo. They had no right giving her a body like that in the trilogy. They had no right at all. Like, absolutely no right. Oh my god. What do you mean, Clank? Like, she's a human. Well, she's not a human. I think the worst thing they ever did in the Mass Effect series was when you find a picture of her face on like a portrait, then it was over, then it was done. It was a wrapped up.
Constantly on the move. It's illegal for parents to have more than one child. If our population grows too much.
Is there like an actual trailer here? I don't feel like this is really much of a trailer. It's kind of more just yapping. I don't really think this is a fair comparison here, but I'm kind of worried that the main trailer is probably going to be copyrighted. Okay, sure, let's watch this one. The Mass Effect 1 trailers are really bad. Yeah, I remember seeing one on like a demo disc on the from an Xbox magazine that I bought, and I just remember it being like really forgettable. Now, since Star Wars, has there been a universe full of wonder and awe? You mean bloated slop? And again, this is probably back when Star Wars was actually respected.
We face extinction. A rogue soldier needs an unstoppable force, and only you.
And only you.
It's the most like early 2000s coded trailer I've seen in my life. Do you remember that when films used to have like the narration, like, in a world where men are gay?
Don't you understand? Everyone you know and love.
Yeah, I will be honest here. I'm going to get a lot of hate for this. I loved Mass Effect 3, especially for the multiplayer. The
I
ending
did
was terrible,
too.
obviously. But Mass Effect 1, it was not very good, man. Like, we obviously needed it to set the franchise up, but the first game, it has not aged that well. The combat is very, very boring. And unless you can be, like, really invested in games with heavy dialogue, you're not going to have fun with it.
Finish this.
Well, Mass Effect 1 didn't even have ammo, right? It was just weapons would overheat. So there was no, like, gameplay. There wasn't really much you could do there, like, to combine stuff, unless you picked, like, a biotic and you were just, like, throwing people around. Holy crap, kissing woman? I will buy this now.
I'm sorry, Ash.
I'm sorry, Ash, but I don't care. Tally's in my party now. Yeah, honestly, I think there were 3 party members you can get. It was Yasari woman, the blue Smurf, Ashley, and then Tally. And it's just like, it was not even hard to pick, man. Genuinely. Like, woman or Smurf. That's a bad trailer, man. Like, we needed the first game to set everything up, but like, damn, that was trash. I gotta put that in D. That was really bad. And I can guarantee you by the second game, they actually like, I mean, look at that.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and Charlie broke YouTube yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. He uploaded a video called "I'm Not Turning It Back On," and I thought for a second, whoa, the website wasn't even working well yesterday. I think Down Detector had like 400,000 goddamn results about it, like just people reporting YouTube is down. And you tried watching a video on your mobile. It was just constant looping. The videos wouldn't even load up. Error 404. Errors that I've never even seen before started popping. Obviously, I think somebody at YouTube probably pushed something wrong to the server and they scrambled to fix it. But I'm going to use the funny example and say that, Moist Critical ended up taking down the actual site very briefly. But why was this a situation that kind of broke the internet?
Kitty, you are yelling. Yeah, Kitty, you're being very loud. What's wrong? I'm gonna lock you away. Oh my god.
You know, and how, like, you know, people accept things. Like, it used to be back in the day that taking a sponsor was like a grave sin. It used to be back in the day that if you were a live streamer on like Justin TV or anything of that nature, if you took even donations from your actual community, that would just be one of the worst sins you could ever do on YouTube, on the internet in general. And now it's like, in order to make it sustainable for the average creator, for the average person, or
It
somebody
used to actually be a gauche if you asked for money.
starting out. They
Wow.
really do rely on Patreons, donations, and everything. But you know who's exempt from that list? Some of the biggest players in the game. People that are making millions, hundreds of thousands of views and everything on and so forth. Now, the thing is, I'm always one of those people where, when it comes to greed, by instance, I think greed is one of the worst sins that you can have. Greed, what is it? Gluttony, almost in a lot of ways, right? Where you just constantly have to have more and more and more, and you just can never be happy with what you have. Now, Charlie showcased his earnings yesterday, and for YouTube, it was like $35.8 million in the lifetime. Now, obviously, that includes everything: watch page ads, shorts ads, supers and gifts, affiliate programs, and connected stores. And if you add in like Twitch, I think it's like $4 to $5 million. So overall, the guy made 40 million, which, you know,
Go Charlie.
I'm pretty sure, to his like.
I don't particularly like Charlie, but go Charlie.
Obviously, this is some good. Like, you can buy a few cartons of eggs, if you will, in today's day and age. But that's not a small amount of money. Okay, it's a pretty good chunk of change to have. It's generational wealth. It's life-changing money. It's money that, if you have it, you probably couldn't burn through every single bit of it. Your kids could probably not burn through every single bit of it, and your grandkids.
No, 40 million isn't shit. 40 billion isn't even shit. Give me 40 trillion, and I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's a lot. I couldn't spend it. But if you're into buying islands or countries or funding wars or whatever it is, it doesn't matter what you want to do. You have money, right? It's really expensive, like billions expensive, like hundreds of millions to billions expensive. So no, 40 million is not this generational wealth that'll make sure nobody in your family will ever have to worry ever again. It's $2 million to raise a child from the age of 0 to 18 or something like that. So then, yeah, so let's say you have some kids in your family. Right there is like 6 million of the 50 or something like that. So remember, like, this money, yeah, if you want to live well. But the zeros, they come fast.
We're not burn through every single bit of it. Unless, of course...
I don't have any money, you know what I'm saying? I'm just, like, on disability, you know? But I don't have to pay rent. Or, I mean, I do pay rent, but, I mean, I don't have to pay rent to a landlord. I pay rent to family. So it's much better.
Takes the most sky-high fucking route ever, or you give birth to, like, absolute degenerate offspring that will just burn through your fucking wealth pool by buying the most obnoxiously stupid shit. Now, one of the things that I've always, like, admired about Charlie Asmongold, and really it's one of the things that I feel kind of tethers, me to the earth and a lot of stuff, is that, you know, at the end of the day, these are people that can make a substantial amount of cash, and ultimately it never really changes their life. You know, for me, I was.
What are you talking about? Charlie's room?
Substantially less.
It's like a fucking David Buster's.
Money is never something that makes you more happier than anything. If you're somebody that's happy within the means that you live in, meaning that you're happy with the people around you. For me, dude, all I love to do is maybe buy an extra game console every year and play a couple video games. For me, that's where my luxuries sort of stop, okay? So making any amount of money, even if it's like a fraction of this, is already winning. To give you an idea, guys, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that, like, I read from time to time is how much an average American makes. So apparently, according to the National Library of Medicine and the Social Security Administration, the lifetime earnings of a U.S. citizen over the age of 50 from 20 to 69, it depends, right? It could be like 1.85 million or 1.1 million for women, right? 1.85 for men, 1.1 for women. So obviously, when you look into, again, things like, educational background, if you get like graduate degrees, obviously you're earning up to like 3.05 gross, 2.68 net, and for women it's 1.86 at gross, 1.69 at net. Okay, so yeah, it's still substantially more money than people who work their ass off every day and come home and literally, when I see any streamer on the internet bitch about their life, like, oh, streaming is so fucking tough on me, man, I gotta make a video every now and then. It's always like, shut the fuck up. You have one of the most cushiony lives imaginable, and you're still somehow bitching about it. Now, for anybody that's in like that mid-tier, like lower tier creator, and again, I don't want to say these things to be mean about it, but if you're somebody that's like a average content creator, somebody that it really is, you're kind of living paycheck to paycheck doing this, and or maybe you have some amount of money to save. Taking donations is obviously something that is a pretty like accepted thing these days. It's the only way for this entire platform to be sustainable. If you're not somebody that, I guess at this point is streaming almost every day, taking in some donations or subscribers, then yeah, making
That's
sure
me.
that your rent payment or mortgage payment or, paying for your groceries is going to be fucking difficult. But not when you're at the top 1% of content creators. Now, Charlie showed this amount of money, which obviously is pretty mouthwatering to a lot of people, but it's not surprising, okay? Charlie's been somebody who's at the top of his game, and I'm somebody that's been watching him for quite a long time, even before I actually ever really made content. He was really around on YouTube for a long time. And I think one of the videos that kind of blew him into like, fame was like being on Ray William Johnson. He was playing like Quap or something. And even before then, he was like making fucking Gears montages. I'm somebody that has watched him from the beginning, and he's somebody that has absolutely been donating a chunk of his money, especially